clobbering time!
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger, ready to move out.
It's clobbering time! Clobberonimo!
Greetings, clobberers, clobberoids, clobberonimos, clobberooskies, clobberians, clob owners, clobblobbies, clobber, every kind of clobber, and everyone else out there. The secret is to bang the rocks together, guys. Hello, my friends, and welcome to Clobberonimo. That's it. Clobbering times here on YouTube. It will be Clobber Times number 628 on YouTube, but of course, 1,328 overall,
including BT Radio.
Quite a few, in other words. And where else? Where were I? Oh, and Saturday Night Star Trek number 131, folks. Welcome to the big one, the Saturday night special. We always love it here. We love our wonderful friends who join us in this chat to talk about real deal Star Trek, to review the real stuff. 66 through 05, the only true Trek there is, the 735 Club. And as always, just so happy to have the most wonderful first officer in the fleet, the amazing Commander R.M. Briggs. Hey, how are you doing, number one?
Hello, best friend. I love you with all my heart. I trust you had a wonderful birthday yesterday. It is such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me tonight. Shall I dive in? Because I have a couple of things to tick off my list. Is
Open
that okay,
words.
boss?
Go for it. Go for it. We only have 2 episodes to review tonight, folks, so you know. So we're kind of casual tonight. No big hurry.
Just cash. Oh, look at this. Shooter has been a member for a year.
Yeah, Shooter. Thank you for being a member. And his chat is use it or loss or use it. Been a full year of fun. Thank you so much, Shooter. We really appreciate you, buddy.
Pew pew.
That too.
Hello, chat. It is so nice to see all of your smiling, happy, shining faces. Each one of you is a beautiful human being. Each one of you, are real, true people in this chat, and your personalities shine through, even if it's under a handle. Each one of you matters, and I am so excited to hear what you think of these episodes, what you thought of the first season. I'm just so excited. You're all such wonderful conversationalists, such great friends to Clobby and I. This is going to be a hoot. I also want to thank the Wrenches. Thank you for promoting Clobby's channel, for helping to build this community up by just sharing the word, by being in the chat and just helping everyone along. We appreciate it more than we can ever possibly convey in words. Now, I have some business to take care of. The first thing I want to say is thank you to my Patreon subs. I am an independent author due to the fact that I write stuff that's not into activism. And because of that, the corporations are not interested in my science fiction, which is already a very small, very non-profitable genre to begin with. And so 17 lovely souls and their families have stepped forward to back my second book. The first book has 4 stories in it that that went to the Amazon bestseller list. And so 17 people are said, do it again, Raquel, and this time we're going to help. And so they have, and these are marvelous human beings. Especially this guy that we all know as Larry. Larry, thank you so much for everything you do for everyone in this community. You are so generous, so kind. You put so much time and effort and money into all of us. You're just an extraordinary human being. Tony Stark, Sean Carter from Mars, Cardinal Sin, Shooter, Chris Persia, Scuba and Leslie Pate, Eric K. and his magnificent trusty dusty dog Kirby, Enigmatic Drop Bear, Michael and Cassandra Beacom, Mark D with the C and his family, Anti-Derivative Jill, Maximum Redstone, JT Kirk, Dadman and the Dadman clan, Lord and Lady Thoth, and of course our very own Porthos, Lance, and the magnificent Rob Altus. We share the prisoner, and so it's wonderful to have him on board. Now, let's talk some turkey tonight, folks. The first thing I want to talk about is the thing happening with Robert Beltran. So he appeared at a convention last weekend, and there was some chatter on social media about how he got on stage and they were interviewing him. And I guess what the Hollywood people told him and all the handlers and all the people involved with the filth told him is that he couldn't actually talk about the shows. So this is supposed to be like this sort of voluntary boycott, that you're not supposed to speak of, Voldemort or something. Very strange. However, when Robert was interviewed, apparently from the chatter on all over social media, he answered some questions when they were posed to him. And so the filth people attacked him. They said that he shouldn't have done that he shouldn't have spoke of Voldemort. How dare he? And they became quite ridiculous. Then they attacked him, saying that what did they expect? What did everyone expect from this loser because he's conservative? I just want to say on air in front of everyone that what you wrote on social media is absolutely shameful. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves, and your behavior was absolutely atrocious. I cannot imagine 20 or 30 years ago people saying that they didn't want to have anything to do with an actor or an actress because they voted a different way than them. Absolutely disgusting behavior. You should hang your heads in shame. And Robert Beltran, thank you for appearing at a con. Thank you for taking time to be with your fans, to answer questions, and to just be a marvelous human being. Everyone here at the 735 Club, everyone here at CLOBBERIN Treks on CLOBBERIN Times, we all just appreciate you so much. We don't care how you vote. We just love you. Thank you for being a part of Star Trek and for being so good to us. So that's all I have to say about the Robert Beltran thing.
Well,
Some other
excellent.
stuff. Michael and Cassandra Beacom sent me the UFO book. Oh my gosh. They sent it from their country to Clobby, and then Clobby sent it to me in Canada. This must have been an insane amount of money. And I just want to say how grateful I am to Michael and Cassandra Beacom for getting me my dream book, the hardback of the UFO from Jerry Anderson. I will treasure it my whole life. As I treasure your friendships. This was absolutely unbelievably kind to just reach out into the ether, someone you don't even know who lives many countries away from you,
No,
to shine
they're
some
the
light.
U.S. They're the
Oh, are
U.S.
they in?
Yes.
Okay, I thought they were in Australia. To send me this beautiful, beautiful book. It's just so thoughtful. Thank you so
Thank
much. Next thing we need to talk about, and this is a very serious issue. And so, everyone, I just want you to stop what you're doing for a second and give me your undivided attention because this is super important. Enigmatic drop bear, Edie, the drop the mic bear, the erudite bear, who we all love very much. Recently, he lost his father, and it's very sad the way that he lost his dad. He lost his dad to cancer. And recently, Enigmatic Drop Bear, he shared with me that it's okay that I tell you all, and he does need your support, that he has non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. And this is very serious. He's going through chemotherapy right now. It is making him quite sick. It's making him so that it's difficult for him to write. And sometimes he's been missing from the chat. And sometimes he's here, but he's kind of quiet. And he wants you all to know that he's struggling with this illness because he cares about you and he wants you to know what's happening. So, Enigmatic Drop Bear, you are our friend. We love you so much. Thank you for supporting CLOBBERIN Times. Thank you for supporting Clobby. Thank you for all the gifts that you sent him to keep the lights on in this virtual comic book shop. Thank you for all the beautiful reviews that you sent and all the messages that you sent to so many of your friends here. I want you to know on behalf of everyone at CLOBBERIN Treks, everyone at CLOBBERIN Times, the whole 735 Club, that we love you. And we're going to be here for you. So if you pray, he could use your prayers. If you just want to send good vibes and good thoughts, maybe you want to send him a note on social media, or here, maybe you just want to call him out in the chat. I want everyone to just get behind Enigmatic Drop Bear, the erudite bear, the drop the mic bear, and let him know how much he means to you, because I know he means a lot to this club, to this this beautiful ship, this community, whatever you want to call it. So that's my business tonight. Enigmatic Drop Bear, I am just shattered for you. I'm so sorry that this is happening. And I will never leave you, my friend. We are going to be here for you. We'll be here to listen, and we'll be here in any capacity you want us to be. We just love you very much. And we're all reaching out to hug you, smooch your face, and let you know that you have friends here. All the Trekkies here are with you in spirit and in their hearts. Okay? And I think
Yes,
I
indeed. Absolutely.
think I talked enough now. I'm going to shut up. I'm getting a little
No.
misty-eyed because I do love Enigmatic Drop Bear very much, and this is very
Absolutely.
scary news. I can't imagine. I can't imagine. You stay strong, and we all love you very much. And now I'm going to put it over to Clobby so I can pull myself together. Love you all very much.
Enigmatic Drop Bear, what she said, buddy. You're a big, big part of this fellowship that we have here. A great friend of this channel for a long time. We love you on Saturday Night Star Trek. You're just a good buddy, and man, you all are. You're all such a great bunch of friends. Friends, I cannot tell you what you all mean to me. Joining us here, just us getting together on these Saturday nights when you could make it, because there's all kind of things. There's so many things you could be doing out there, and I'm flattered that many of you choose to come hang out with us, just talking Star Trek. I mean, it's pretty simple, basic stuff, right? And you can do it on your own. You can go watch it all you want. You can go talk to anyone you want on it. You come by here, you hang out with us, and we got a great group here, and we're all in the same Starship crew here, And I'll tell you what, man, we really appreciate you, and we're all on your team, buddy. and you were a great member of this crew.
What a
So,
wonderful thing to say. I love that line. We're all on your team. We are. What a great thing to say. We're Team Enigmatic Drop Bear, and we're going to win. You're going to fight, and we're all going to help, and we're going to win. You're going to win.
well, I'll tell you what, Ed, that was, that was a geek quote from a great movie. So it figures that I can't even say anything sincere without bringing geekness into it. But geekness is what brought us all together. And so, yes, I did use the word team because it's the end of Superman 1. Christopher Reeve, after the warden says, "This country is safe against Superman, thanks to you." And then Christopher Reeve jumps up in there and says, "No, sir, don't thank me, warden. We're all part of the same team." And just flies up with that glorious John Williams music. And he smiles as he flies into the sky. And it's things like that and other things when Kirk says, "Let's see what she's got," or Kirk says, "Out there, that away," or anything at the end of one of our favorite Star Treks or Superman or whatever it is that brings you joy as a geek and touches your heart and reaches into your soul. Even all the serious things in life still point to those things for us because we are geeks with hyperactive imaginations and we love it. And, every time something bad is happening or something dark or something scary, that's just where my silly mind goes. Yesterday, I made it around the planet's sun for my 59th rotation. I don't know why and how, but I did. And yet I still think like an 8-year-old. And I still think about that stupid scene, even in a seriousness like that, because it is our geekness that drives us together. Things that we've been loving since our childhood. I don't think if you're not a geek and you're 58 years old or 68 years old that you become one. I think it starts at very, very early ages in your life when you're a child. I just think because that's when your imagination is born. Doesn't mean you can't get into cool things later, of course, but I think I don't care if you call it a geek or a nerd. Raquel's loved Star Trek all of her life. So she loves a lot of the same stuff. She loves science fiction. She loves these things. And a lot of people just, in my opinion, the most wonderful thing about what I always called imaginative media, in other words, coming from different places, comic books, TV, film, books, of course, pulps, whatever they are, they bring us together. They geeks of a feather, nerds of a feather, whatever you want to call it. They connect us, and in ways that we don't even realize sometimes. And that's what this grouping is all about on Saturday nights. It's just getting together with friends of a like mind. Now, again, if you're not into Star Trek, you're likely to hang out long. But I have a couple of shows about comics. I have friends that come to my shows who are just about comic books, and vice versa. I have people come just to talk about Trek, and they're not really into comics. It goes both ways, really. I'm just one of those weirdos that loves them both. But the fact that we're all drawn together by our geekness is really, I think, is something that's always been special to me. All my greatest friends that I've made in my life. Don't get me wrong, I have a family full of normies. I was the first one with the geek gene in my family. And I've worked amongst normies all my life at one point or another, and have liked many and love them dearly. But all my greatest friends, in terms of hanging out with and having the most fun with, it all starts and stops with geekness. It started when I started really making the best friends ever in my life. It was when I was running a comic shop at the age of 17 years old, 16, 18, whatever it was. And comics cons, geek gatherings, like, fan club meetings. And later, internet gatherings even that were geekness. But it all started at comic shops and such places like that. Where I met all of my best friends in life. And this is just another one of those. This when I was on Blog Talk Radio, I met a bunch of people, and now there's even more because this is the current technology, the way it is. This is where we are in terms of technology, and this is where geeks meet. Yes, it's a broader field because we're all spread out all over the planet, which makes it more difficult to actually, hang out together physically, but we still get, we have this meeting of the minds as many times as we can to get to hang out spiritually or mentally. And it's just as special. And that's what you all are. To me, you're all special. And thank you, ED, for that. It says, love you for it, buddy. We do love you. And never change. Yeah, I've already learned a long time ago that I'm not capable of that. Not changing. At least not to any noticeable degree. But I thank you so much for that. And I want to thank Admiral Teague for the $2 super chat. Thank you, sir. Admiral. I'm just reading it. So thank you so much, Teague. Appreciate that very much. And thank you all for being here tonight. We're going to, I believe, we only have 2 episodes tonight, so we had a little time to kill there.
We do, boss.
So you want me to start out with just get our show notes and then shout outs, and then we'll get to work.
Yeah, let's hear your show notes, and then we'll start the shout outs. I'm excited to hear the show notes because I had to leave the clubhouse early. Well, it wasn't early. We were about 45 minutes over time. So I didn't get to hear what you have what you have happening this week and next. So I would love to hear it, boss.
Okay. Oh no, I did that. You were here for the show notes, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. I had to leave. It was super late.
That's right. I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
So I want to know what do you got on deck, boss?
Well, let's see what's going on. Where are you? Oh, nothing big. We've got tomorrow night, of course, our great chief engineer, Mark D with a C. I'll be hanging out with him as always on the Sunday Night Geekery. And we'll geek out, and you can guarantee, I know for a fact that it will turn into the eatery. Because it always does. Let's see, Monday night, of course, I'll have my special double feature. It is still Jack Kirby month on Clobbering Times, of course, all throughout August. I have 2 shows on Monday night. Our monthly visit to Earth B, Bob Haney, my great friend J-Man, joins me for a Wacky World of Bob Haney presentation. Since it is Jack Kirby month, we're going to have Batman teaming up with a Jack Kirby creation. And so I'm looking forward to that. And then, of course, later it'll just be a regular show, a Kirby show of some sort. I am not exactly sure yet. Then, of course, the regular shows throughout the rest of the week. I'll be on Midnight's Edge Tuesdays and Thursdays at 6. Loki's great roundtable at 7 on Wednesday nights, and of course my shows Wednesday nights and Thursday nights 9 p.m. The wild card on Wednesday nights, Kirby special of some sort, and the clubhouse with Raquel and Mark. And it won't get derailed like it did the other day, but it got derailed in a very nice way.
Oh yes,
I want to thank everyone. By the way, I didn't get a chance to properly thank everybody on Thursday night, excuse me, which was now that rascal Mark D with a C, who'll be here later, I'm sure. Chief engineer. They sandbagged me. It was not my birthday, but it was the night before, and a whole bunch of wonderful people came in and made wonderful contributions, and I cannot thank you enough. You were all of you who made contributions. I cannot even, I don't know what to say.
You took it well. I mean, you hate those birthday streams. You don't like the focus being on you. And somehow Mark sprang it on you and you took it on the chin. I was very proud of you. But I mean, that's just you. You're just true blue. I love you. You were so gracious. And despite it being not something you were comfortable with. So I'm very proud of you, and I'm glad you had fun.
Whatever noise I make about being a grouch about my birthday, don't just take that with a grain of salt, everyone. It touched my heart that you're all so wonderful. And then the next day, Friday, was my actual birthday, and it was really good, and I got some cool stuff. Okay, well, I got a buddy of mine made me a Liberator teleport bracelet.
Yeah, I saw that.
3D printer.
Wicked.
So, I'm too old to do anything particularly, special for a birthday, but it was great. And of course, you all made it amazing. on Thursday night. So thank you all so much for that. I really do appreciate it. And yes, everyone, a bunch of great friends stopped in to visit. I was so honored to have the great Tom Connors here, Culture Casino, a good friend Culture. What a great guy he is. Our good buddy Dad Man popped in. Pat S popped in with us. Claude, of course, Minimus was here.
Eric went on air.
Eric came and hung out with us. It was so great to have Eric. And now I'm feeling like crap because I'm forgetting. I'm probably going to forget somebody. I don't know who else came on.
Pat S.
Steve Mitchum. Our buddy.
Steve Mitchum, Pat S.
Pat S.
Minimus. Eric.
Yeah, got him. Yep.
Dadman and the Dadman Clan. Tom, Nick, and CC.
Our good buddy Nick Weiser, and
the
great Culture Casino. So it was great stuff. A lot of fun. And thank you all so much. And, you were all amazing. You're all amazing in the chat. And it was great to have them pop in. So now let's go on with our shout outs. There's more than that. And then, and then next week on J-Man's channel, we'll start back with our Legion of Superheroes reviews.
Yay!
Here we go. Shout outs now, folks. We shout out our wrenches who help us throughout the course of the week. And then we'll shout you all out here in the chat in 1 second. The bronze wrencher himself, Eric Key. Thank you, buddy.
Sweetheart.
Thanks for all you do, brother. The great Chris Persia, Vindicator Wrencher, the great White North. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you for the beautiful show poster tonight. As always, you're out there advertising, doing full ads on social media for Clobby's channel, for this show and others. I just think you are such a remarkable human being, and you're very talented. And so for you to spend your time promoting Clobby, it means a lot to me. Thank you, honey.
D. Bud Martin, the Wrench of Iron. They get shouted out whether they're here with us or not, of course. And we love the great D. Bud. Lord Thoth. Yo, brother. Thanks for being here tonight. Always great to see you, my friend. And shout out to the lovely lady Thoth. Avon lives. Long live the Legion.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, I don't think he's with us at the moment, but I shout out the great J-Man. Buddy. And, again, if you are here, everybody, thanks for that wonderful gift. I appreciate it. My partner in crime on Earth B, fellow Legionnaire reviewer extraordinaire in the Wrench Without Fear, the great J-Man, and also an author, like you say.
Mm-hmm. He is, and folks should follow him on Twitter, and they should also follow him on YouTube, and eventually it will lead you to his Amazon store. Jason is a Canadian author. He writes horror. If horror is up your alley, support indie authors. And Jason's wife is an award-winning Canadian poet, and you can find her store there as well. So if you like indie authors and you like the good stuff, the non-corporate stuff, give Jason a try.
Yep, he's the man, and a great pal, and a great fellow to stream with and talk comics with.
Yeah.
Master of the club owning comics artist extraordinaire and painter extraordinaire of great covers, such as Science Fiction Tales by Commander R.M. Briggs. Hungry Boy.
Huge honor always. I know it probably sounds pretty old to everyone who has been along for this crazy ride of me publishing my first collection of science fiction stories. But HB, I absolutely love the cover of my book. You're so talented, and I am so honored that someone like you would donate a beautiful piece of art like that to me. So thank you.
Super Wrench Kal-El.
Real soup.
Thor in Vegas, the great Maddie's daddy, the wielder of Wrench Mjolnir.
Hey, Steve!
The rascally wrench himself, Fanty Outsider.
Hey!
And Clobbering Time's own music master, the great
Maximum Redstone.
Yeah.
Hope you're feeling better, honey.
Yeah, he popped in a little from said hello the other night a little bit. So I hope, Maxie, if you're hearing this out there, bro.
If you're hearing us out there tonight, Maximum Redstone, stay in bed.
Yeah.
Mister, stay in bed.
That's right, man. Just feel better, brother. Okay, and so now our friends who are with us, also, we like to shout everybody out. Of course, our team members. Now, Mark D with a C, he's out on a mission somewhere. He could be He could pop in later, though. He said he's going to try to make it later. We hope so. Our chief engineer, as always. Let's see. Anti-derivative Jill. Hey, Jill, by the way, I always forget that kind of stuff, but if you want to come in for the wrap up a little later, just let me know. Jilly. We only have 2 episodes, but, we'll give them their due, of course. And the great, I already mentioned the great Lord Thoth. Avon lives, long live the legend, again, because I like saying that. Joseph Dredd, here comes the judge.
Oh, the judge.
Yeah, and there's Maddie's daddy. He's there, right there.
Hey, Steve. How's it going, sweetheart?
Good to
Oh,
see
you
buddy.
have Maddie tonight? Kiss her whole sweet little face. She's just such a beautiful little girl. And have fun tonight. I hope you do crazy, wonderful dad things.
Good to see you there, buddy. Michael Beacom, again, dude.
Yeah.
What you did was just superhero level stuff, and I'm so happy. I was just, and again, even though I was annoyed with them taking so long to get it to her, I got to tell you, on a selfish level, I'm kind of glad because I can't stand my birthday usually, even though it was a good one. But that is the best birthday present I ever got, to get the news that it finally got to Raquel. It was perfect timing in that sense only, even though it takes forever to get there. And the fact that she got something that she just wanted, and it's all thanks to you, though. You and the wonderful Cassandra. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much. There's no way I could afford that book in my country. It's just not available at a price that is affordable for me. So just like the boss said, real superhero stuff. I was like, the second I got it, I got into bed and just started reading it, reading all of the Bible stuff from it. Especially the backstories of the characters. Oh my goodness, I'm enjoying it so much. And kiss Cassandra on the cheek for me, and please tell her that I say thank you. Really grateful. Thank you, folks.
Of course, we have the wonderful Sandra Feliciano and the great Raymond Feliciano, King Dolphin.
You know what that means? Yeah.
What does that mean?
King Dolphin TV.
In color. Good to see you, Felicianos. Great friends. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for being here. Larry, the aforementioned great one. Hello there, buddy.
A man
Always good
so
to see
nice. Say his name twice. Larry. Good evening, sweetheart. Nice to see you. Thank you for encouraging everyone to buy my book. I love you. Mwah, mwah.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate you, buddy. The great Shooter's here.
Pew, 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 pew.
And Smilex. Hey, Smilex.
Oh, our adopted son.
Yes, indeed. The aforementioned great Enigmatic drop there.
Yes.
Again, so good to see you here.
Good to see you, sweetheart.
Captain James T. Skywalker.
Skywalker.
Simply Steve. What's up, Kimasabi?
Ooh, nice to see you.
Oh, the lovely Lisa's here.
Lisa! Have you seen her
Lisa.
garden? Oh my gosh, her garden just gets better and better and better. She could be in charge of produce for the nation. She's so talented at gardening. Impressive.
Impressive indeed. Mr. Angel, Chef. Hey, Chef.
Chef.
Good to see you. JT Kirk was a man, and probably still is a man. I'm not just trying not to, speak for you, buddy. JT Kirk.
Kirk.
You see there, buddy. Some weirdo by the name of Jaworski pool practice. Watch out for that one. Watch out for that one.
That guy.
Lenrod. Hey.
Lenrod Hot Rod.
Yes, indeed-ishness. Captain Infinity and Beyond. Master.
Infinity and Beyond.
Yes, Timacus Maximus extraordinaire.
Timacus Maximus.
Penny. Hey, Penny.
Good evening, Penny. And Penny had a request, and I shall fulfill it right now.
Easy request, huh?
Yes.
They're not too demanding at all. They go excellent. Sean Carter.
Sean Carter from Mars.
Indeedishness. Hey, PD York. Good to see you there, my friend. I hope you are doing well.
Evening, PD.
SP4H.
Good evening.
Dead Man and the Dead Man Clan.
Dead Man Clan.
Boom, boom, boom. It's catchy, isn't it?
Yep.
Doc Fortune. Hey there, Doc.
Ooh, great name.
Zax. What's up, Zax?
Hey, hello, handsome. How are you, sweetheart? Mwah, mwah, mwah.
The Hulk villain. What's up, man?
Hello.
Great to see you, buddy. Thanks for popping in, buddy. Admiral T. Admiral? Keely
Hey,
Chow.
thank you for what you put in the chat earlier. And it's a huge honor to know that I inspired you to do that.
What?
Yeah, watch a little Star Trek every day of your life. Huge compliment. Thank you. And enjoy.
Ah, indeed. Test, P.D. York, your test is successful if you're seeing whether your chat's getting through.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
If that's what the test was for, I'm seeing it. So, Keely Chow, roll that chide, buddy. Roll that tide, Keely.
Low tide.
Chide. Keely Chow. Bush Pan Down. Hey.
Bush Pan Down.
Classic Comics, ACC.
CC.
Dave Drusel.
Not just another body of water.
Indeed. I hope I'm saying this right. King Bruhawk, a killer monkey. It's like one word.
That is good name. That is a very good name.
I probably screwed it up, but still, King, thank you.
And I love that you said save science fiction. Yes, save science fiction.
Yes, indeediousness. Jacob Ironside. Hey.
Ooh, good evening.
Zathras, what's up, brother?
Crap.
Hey, the Richard. Hey, what's up, old chum? Good to see you.
Hello.
All right. Always, it was great to have you pop in, man. I'm honored. Let's see here. Almost there, folks, and we'll get started in a second. I want you all shouted out.
Chef just got back into the room. He just rolled back into the room.
Welcome back, Chef.
Room for a minute. So we shouted you out, Chef. How you doing, sweetheart?
We shouted you out, but you're worth another shout out. Yeah. Welcome back. Your dreams were your ticket out. Welcome back. That same old chat that you laughed about. The dreams remain of my
Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter. Snail Messiah. Hey, buddy.
The mighty mollusk.
Yes, indeed. Good to see you, buddy. Joe Dog. Hey there.
Joe Dog.
The AI show. Welcome, sir.
Evening. And
the great Rob Altus.
Yay!
Dude, for my birthday, even though I did it a day later because the birthday was yesterday, I watched my favorite the birthday Prisoner episode. And if you're a Prisoner fan, you have to know that episode is, of course, Many Happy Returns.
Mm-hmm.
What a great episode. Man, I'm sure you know of it, Prisoner fans out there.
Be seeing you.
I've been burgled. Hey, good to see you. I like that name. Nice.
I've been
burgled. Oh my God, I've been burgled. Almost sounds like Blackadder, says it. Look at Fiona.
Ooh, Fiona just walked in.
What is up, Fiona? How are you today? And Fiona did a lot of work before I was able to, before you received your book that you just got yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Fiona had been going through the painstaking process of getting together all those pages and put together, and she still has it, and she sent it to me for you and for us, a PDF of that.
What a remarkable human being. Holy Moses.
And it is not unappreciated at all. We really thank you so much, Fiona.
Holy macaroni. I didn't know you did that. I haven't had a chance to go through
I got a
my
chance
private
to tell
messages. Oh my gosh.
Why don't you have a chance to tell you? So I was going to tell you today, and I didn't even think about it till I just saw her pop in there.
That's incredibly thoughtful. Fiona, thank you so much. That's amazing. Oh my gosh.
All right. Well, look, I think we're caught up right now.
Of
course, anyone else who pops in shall be duly shouted out. Let's go on and review our episodes for the evening.
Let's do it.
All right, everybody. So for those who don't know, and by the way, I want to thank anyone who was out there lurking. We really appreciate it. And of course, if you're someone who is listening on what we call a download or a rewatch or whatever you want to call it, I just cannot thank you enough. Hey, Mrs. Scuba Pete's here.
Leslie's here. Hello, beautiful. Hello, Mrs. Scuba Pete. How are you, gorgeous? She says, hi, Clobby and Raquel. Not a Saturday night unless I'm listening to you guys. You are the queen, baby. We love you so much.
Yes.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening.
Definitely the better half, I'd say.
And that's a really good other half. So imagine how outstanding Leslie is.
Yes, indeed. And I hope Pete's doing well. Great to see him, my dear.
That is a sweetheart,
Great to see
man.
you.
Beautiful couple, gorgeous family.
So let's see here. We have what we do here, folks. Of course, for just a quick recap. We always every week I have to make because you never know when someone new's popping in for the
That's
first
right.
time. Since January of 2012, we have decided to take on the rather foolhardy mission of reviewing all of real Star Trek. What is real Star Trek, you may ask? Because it's fake, it's made up, isn't it? It's made up, but it's also real because it's real to us anyway. 1966 to 2005.
Yeah.
Starts with Gene Roddenberry, but he did pass. However, people that he bequeathed the show to or that inherited the show still worked with it under his name. Even though we've talked many times about how maybe he wouldn't approve of all of them, but still, for better or worse, it's 66 through 05.
Yeah.
And we started by reviewing the original series,
Yep.
the animated series,
Mm-hmm.
the original crew films,
Yep.
Star Trek The Next Generation, the TNG films, Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and now tonight we finish up the abbreviated season 1 of Star Trek Voyager.
Yeah.
With the final 2 episodes of that season. And so yeah, we're gonna get along with that, and then we'll take a bit of a look back at season 1 as a whole and ups and downs and what have you, and yeah, just go from there.
Boss man.
Oh,
Larry
thank you,
is
Princess.
at it again. He just gifted 5 memberships.
Oh, my goodness.
If you want a membership, Larry has pre-purchased 5 memberships.
Thank
Larry,
you.
I love you so much. Thank you, sweetheart. That's so kind of you.
Oh, man.
Folks, grab those memberships, and don't forget to say thank you to our wonderful Larry.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. And so what we use as reference, obviously, Raquel will be the number one. Will be reading from various sources just to synopsize the episode, and then we'll talk about it. But there are a couple of books that she likes to recommend out there. One of them being Star Trek Voyager Companion.
Mm-hmm.
And if you'd like to go ahead, I'll now turn the con over to our wonderful first officer, and she will take it away. She'll tell you a little about these books, and then we'll begin with our reviews of the 2 episodes for the evening.
Yes.
Take it away. You have the con, number 1.
Well, thank you so much, Captain. First, let's start with Admiral Tiki says, does that mean the cage isn't Star Trek? No. What it means is that the 735 represents the official count of Star Trek. And the reason why that must remain the official count of Star Trek and to use that number and that number only is due to the fact that there are many episodes of Star Trek that are divvied up in some countries into multiple parts and some that aren't. So you can be in one country and the menagerie is 1 episode, and you can be in another country and the menagerie is 2 episodes. They do the same thing with the pilot. And so this is an international show. And so just to make sure that everyone's numbers are correct, we always make sure we say 735. Those are the official numbers, and they get shaved off and added back through every iteration. Unfortunately, this is the circumstance of the international distribution of Star Trek in the 735 iterations. So just to recap, that would be TOS 79 plus 6, TAS 22 102, TNG 178 plus 4, DS9 176 episodes, Voyager is 172, and of course Ent is 98. That is Enterprise. So it is perfectly fine for you to go with 735 and to be very confident in that number, because if you wanted to quibble back and forth, you could do quite a lot of quibbling depending upon what country you're in. So it's best to just go with that official number. All right, so the boss has gone to the trouble of putting up a beautiful image of the book Star Trek Voyager Companion. This is a great book. If you were looking for the behind the scenes information and you're looking for original source material, you need to get this book. Please do not go on IMDb. It is ruining Star Trek fandom. It's ruining Trekkies. Trekkies go on IMDb. They go on Memory Alpha. They go on Wikipedia, and all of these places, they're user-generated sites. And I can tell you, as an academic and as a certified university researcher, that when I've looked into the information on these sites, it's almost always wrong, mostly wrong. Most of what's there is wrong. It's not some of it, and sometimes it's most and almost all the time. So don't go to Memory Alpha. It is polluted by the filth. It's like somebody dumped the filth like dirty diapers into our beautiful Star Trek pond, and you can't drink from there anymore. Don't drink from there. Go to original source material where it's not factoids and people putting up crap from stuff they overheard at a con. It's real information. So that's Star Trek Voyager Companion. And there's another decent book that I vetted as well, and that is Star Trek Voyager, A Celebration. So both of these books contain original source material. So if you're looking for information there, get your information there, especially if you're one of those trivia people. You love trivia. Just so you know, everything that you're reposting from IMDb and Memory Alpha and Wikipedia is mostly and often wrong. Anyway, so I'll get off my soapbox as far as that goes. The boss is right. It's time to get it on. We are going to be doing 4 episodes from Voyager tonight. We do 4 episodes each, or not 4 tonight. We're going to do 2 tonight because it's a season wrap up. But every Saturday we do 4 episodes. This is an entirely organic show. Clobby and I don't discuss the reviews beforehand. We don't discuss the episodes. We don't watch them together. And the reason being is the boss, the captain, the head honcho around here, the grand poobah of all geekdom, he wanted to make like a little mini Star Trek convention every week. And so that's what we have here. Clobby created it, and we're all here to enjoy it. So an entirely organic experience with a bunch of Trekkies in a room talking about the episodes, grading the episodes, and we put the chats, reviews, and thoughts and comments up on the marquee, and we discuss them as a group. So it's lots of fun. It is just like the little mini Star Trek convention he talked about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and it's been a while. So I'm going to be reading extemporaneously. I haven't pre-read from Wikipedia on the episodes. That's just to bring you up to speed, to tell you about the episode in case you didn't have enough time to watch it. And then we dig in, we get into the good, the bad, and the ugly. And tonight, we're going to have the best of season 1 and the worst of season 1 in a little wrap-up party. It's going to be so much fun!
Look who's here.
Stunt Brat!
Look who's here, an old friend. Oh, my goodness, it's been so long, my dear Clobby and Raquel. Hey, well, hello to you. Wonderful Stunt Brat. Thank you so much for popping in. We love seeing you.
Yes.
Thank you. By the way, thanks, Eric Case. I got your messages. Thank you, buddy.
And the coolest thing about Stunt Brat is that she is a female stunt woman who did stunts on Star Trek. So if you want to follow her to her YouTube channel, or I think you can follow her that way, but you can also follow her through social media. Anyway, she is the coolest chick. Not only is she a sweetheart of a woman, but she has a great sense of humor, and it's wonderful when she shouts out, "I was in that episode." I just think she's a super cool chick. Anyways, Stunt Brat, nice to see you, girl.
Good to see you, my dear. All right, well, let's see. We'll start with our first episode of the evening is Jatrell.
It is.
There we go. So
Jatrell
take it
is
away.
season 1, episode 15. I know that it shows as episode 14 in some countries and on some streaming services. Fear not, we have the production code. It is 115. See how it coincides? The production code stays in that steady order when the streaming services change the numbers around. Anyway, this was first broadcast on May 15th, 1995, and I've been watching it, well, since 1995. Let's do this.
Go for it.
Neelix is aghast when
Gas.
a woman named Dr. Mabor Jatrell contacts Voyager and asks to meet him. The Hakonians fought a long, destructive war against his people, the Talaxians, 15 years ago. Jatrell, was responsible for developing a Metreon cascade, a super weapon that killed 300,000 people on Talax's moon Rinax, including Neelix's family. Jatrell says he has come forward to examine Talaxians like Neelix who helped evacuate survivors of Rinax, in the process exposing themselves to high concentrations of Metreon isotopes that can cause a fatal blood disease, metremia. Although he considers Jatrell a monster, Neelix agrees to be examined, and Jatrell informs him that he has incipient metremia. Wow. This is fun to read, folks, especially because it's like a hodgepodge of like 10 different people talking. Jatrell convinces Captain Janeway to make a detour to the Talaxian system using the ship's transporter systems. Jatrell feels he will be able to develop a cure by retrieving samples of the Metreon cloud still surrounding Rinax. Janeway agrees. But Neelix is still bitter. He angrily condemns Jatrell for the devastation he caused, only to learn that the scientist is also paying the price. His wife left him in the wake of the attack on Rinax. His children refuse to acknowledge him, and he is in the final stages of metremia with only a few days to live. The ship's arrival at Rinax opens old wounds for Neelix. He confesses to Kess that he lied for years about being a part of the Talaxian Defense Forces. He never reported for duty. Instead, he spent the war hiding on Talax. Later, Neelix seeks out Jatrell in sickbay, only to find the doctor deactivated and Jatrell covertly conducting experiments. Suspecting the worst of Jatrell, Neelix tries to notify Janeway, but the scientist renders him unconscious. Jatrell heads for the transporter room, where he is confronted by the captain. Jatrell pleads with Janeway to let him conclude his work and bring back the deceased Talaxian victims of Rinax. Boy, these are some tongue twisters. He believes that he can use the transporter to regenerate their disassociated remains, and confesses he came to Voyager as a pretext to use the ship's transporter. Neelix does not have metremia. Janeway allows Jatrell to proceed, but the improbable experiment fails. The scientist collapses, knowing that he will never be able to redeem himself. Neelix pays a last visit to Jatrell and tells him that he is forgiven, allowing the Hakonian to die with some semblance of peace. So that was difficult to read because it was very poorly written and lots of foreign and made up names. Boss, tell me, what did you think of Jatrell?
Turing machine. Hello there. Welcome.
Hey!
I thought it was absolutely brilliant when it was called. What was the name of that again? Now I'm forgetting the name of it.
Oppenheimer?
No. When it was on. Remember they did when it was brilliant when it was on Deep Space Nine. It was called. What was it? When it was.
I forget.
The guy and the Cardassian and Akira. Duet.
Yes,
Sorry,
Duet.
It was brilliant when it was Duet.
Mm-hmm.
This was clearly just an attempt to do that, but with some major, if you'll pardon the pun, problems. I think James Sloyan is an actor we've seen, of course, played Dr. Mora.
Yeah, he's wonderful.
He's good in this.
Yeah.
The Chicken Man. All right, look, okay. I'm not defending the Chicken Man. By the way, I have a sneaking suspicion that you don't like the Chicken Man.
I hate Neelix, and I also hate Super Cass.
Super. Well, she's not always Super Cass. What's your name? Super Test. But sometimes she is, right? Malachi,
Hey, Malachi
Malachi
Wildman.
D. Wildman. Hey there. Welcome. Good to see you. So anyway, this was much better when it was duet. It was most of the stuff that this guy had to pull to pull his caper off, which was really confusing and silly. Whereas in duet, it was just so much better written because all he had to do was just convince people that he was not Galdar Heel, that he was someone else, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he just all he had to do was take up his appearance. Oh, thank you.
Yay!
Thanks, Eric. Says
Thanks,
Raquel, I'm
sweetheart.
confused. How do you feel about Neelix and Cass? I think she's on the fence, to be honest.
I hate Neelix, and I strongly dislike Super Cass. And everybody thinks I'm speaking of Fury. I'm not. I'm speaking about the fact that Cass is a toddler, and she's learning to become a doctor from pads. With no
Super Cass.
instruction. She's not receiving
Oh,
instruction
yeah.
from anyone. She's just becoming 10 different types of doctors, gynecologist, oncologist, pediatrician, she's becoming all of these doctors just from reading pads. No applied, no university, nothing. Okay, toddler here. And then she's also, for some reason, the ship's botanist. She's growing all of their food. She's Super Cass.
Super Cass.
Dun, 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 dun.
If you question that this is not a ripoff of Duet, then why? Remember the whole motivation for the character in Duet was that he just sat there during the war, didn't do anything, and he said like a coward, and he was just like a file clerk, right? Well, look at Neelix. Again, I think both actors, when they were just doing drama, did a nice job. Even Ethan Phillips, when he was just being, you notice how when he acts like just a normal, mature person, at least I think he's fine. It's just when he's being annoying Neelix ass, which is most of the time, when I can't stand the chicken man. So he was fine with some of the dramatic scenes, but basically it was the same exact story. He was a chicken, except they just took it away. Instead, Neelix was the chicken, the other guy was the mass murderer. They took it down a slightly different path, but it was the same story. And then at the end, the guy was making it all up anyway. It's just confusing and just not. They do this. Look, these later treks, Voyager's they rip off a lot of older stuff. They regurgitate a lot of the scripts from TNG.
They do,
and even DS9.
They do.
And this is one of them, and it is gobbledygook. It's kind of a mess.
It is. It's a complete crap show. It's a shite show for sure. And it's funny that you're saying this. I just love that you're saying this because this is what I've been trying to tell people for years. It's one thing to say that you're a Star Trek fan and you watch one iteration of Star Trek and you memorize everything about that one iteration of Star Trek and you think you're a genius because you're just a trivia god. But this is what I try to explain to people. Once you've watched all 735 iterations of Star Trek and you keep doing it over and over and over again every year like I do, it takes about 660 hours to do it each year. So it takes a couple hours each day. After a few years, you start to realize just how much of it is recycled, how much of it's remolded, how much of it's recast, how many of the ideas are the same ideas, and even reusing names. So when people ask me questions sometimes, they're like, how do you really watch Star Trek every year, all those hours, and you don't know which episode I'm talking about? Well, that's because when you actually watch all of the Star Trek all of the time, you quickly learn that a lot of it is the same stuff over and over again. So it's not quite as easy to figure out what people are talking about.
It also shoots itself in the foot with the unnecessary, some of the unnecessary deception or that what's his name's pulling. Neelix, making him think he has the disease or what have you. I think
Mm-hmm.
the dramatics, all the drama scenes, I think both actors acquit themselves very well. Some of that stuff and some of the ideas, I think the basic idea, is interesting, but overall, it's just an attempt to, hey, remember that one duet that was so good with Kira
Yep.
and that Cardassian?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do that. We'll just do that. But it doesn't have the same gravitas as what was
It
going on
doesn't.
between Bajorans and Cardassians
Yep.
as these two alien races that we know nothing about. And then at the end, you're going to move the goalpost and find out that both of them are lying anyway.
Yep.
And he was never sick, and he was never. One of them was sick, one of them wasn't. I don't know. As drama, it kind of falls flat because there's so much deception going on.
Yeah, I think it
For me.
sucks. Hey, did we welcome the Richard?
Yes, I did. B. Richard,
Richard.
good to see you, buddy. Thanks for being here. So notes.
Yes. If you're new around here, I've been watching Star Trek my entire life. And so I thought, what could I add to this show? And so I take notes as I watch each episode, just as discussion points for Clobby and I, or to just give out information if I know something that's absolutely irrefutably true. And yeah, so these are my notes that I write in pencil with a piece of paper while I'm watching the show. Neelix playing pool. Neelix, please stop playing pool. I hate Neelix. I absolutely hate Neelix. And I strongly dislike Super Kess. I don't like Super Kess when she's 10 different types of doctor. I don't enjoy Super Kess when she's a botanist. And I don't enjoy Super Kess when she is telepathic. Just don't enjoy Super Kess. Take your Super Kess and airlock her. Dr. Maura Pohl from DS9, Odo's doctor, played by James Sloyan.
Sloyan, yeah. Really good actor.
Marvelous human being. I love him. I just want everyone to know that I don't care about Neelix. And the reason why I don't care about Neelix or the Talaxians or Talax is because the authors haven't allowed me to yet. The corporate authors who sat down to write this particular episode have not given me a reason to care. So far, I've watched a much older chicken man sort of preying on this young, beautiful girl who, we find out she's going to live to preschool age and then kick the bucket. And yet he does weird, violent things and creepy things like, why are you talking to him? And he goes full on anyway, he's just creepy. It's like you took the ring from him and he wants it back, his precious. I think it's super creepy. I hate it. What's worse is I hate watching Neelix act verbally and emotionally violent towards Kes. And I don't like Neelix and Kes caressing because it makes me want to puke. Close talking Kathy, everyone knows, insane way, does so much close talking. I would literally take this woman by her face and just push her back to an arm's length. But watching close talking Kathy and Neelix together close talking is absolutely revolting. Imagine it. It would just be so gross. This is the Oppenheimer storyline. This gets into the science of shock and awe. When I was in university, I don't remember if it was during one of my undergrad parchments or if it was in graduate school. I think it might have been during one of my undergraduate parchments. I actually studied the shock and awe paper, and I think everyone should read the shock and awe paper. This idea of shock and awe, because it's much more complicated than people think. And I don't want to get into a debate or get into politics here, but there were some ideas about a war of attrition or a war with losing many, many lives going on for decades and decades. And then there was this idea proposed that you could do this in a small area and so obliterate the area that it would shake everyone out of this idea of war. And I'm not for that or against that, but I am for folks educating themselves by reading the actual shock and awe paper. It's David something or other. I'll get you the name of the paper. Definitely read the actual shock and awe paper. Super Tess, ship's doctor in training, also ship's botanist, and soon to be ship's counselor via her telepathic ability, even though we already have Tuvok. Neelix and Kess canoodling, her touching his face and all that stuff. How was Jatrell studying the transporter systems? They're not supposed to be
Lord.
sharing technology. Why is there no security? Why are there no logins? Why are there no passwords? Why are there no security codes? This story was written by James Thornton and Scott Nimfro. You guys suck. What were you thinking here? Jatrell actually walks up to the captain of Voyager and says, "I've been studying your transporter systems." This is horrible acting, and it pollutes the retelling of Carnage. Carnage is something that Carnage, collateral damage, these huge war things. This is something that requires a great deal of delicacy and sincerity, and Neelix just fails here. The acting is so bad, it's difficult to take. I also thought that it was weird that Neelix had a dream, and in the dream he recalls the child that burned to death in Hiroshima, Nagasaki, because this is definitely the whole idea of Oppenheimer. That this is who this doctor is. The Dr. Mora this is Oppenheimer. Anyways, I think it's weird that Neelix dreams of the child that he saw in the fallout of the weapon, and it's Kess. Huh? Who decided that? What? Really sick in the head and disgusting. So Neelix does acknowledge that Kess is a small child, because when he has a nightmare of the small child that was killed at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, he sees the girl who he's having sex with. I'm just saying that for the algorithm. I am an adult. Anyway, what kind of Freudian crap is going on here? And really gross. Neelix is a coward and a deserter. He's also a criminal. Why does he always violently snap at Kess? Twice in this episode at least, but in almost every episode, the Neelix character snaps and becomes violent and starts, sort of spit talking to Kess. It's weird. The doctor can turn himself back on, so when Jatrell turns him off, it makes no sense. Once again, this is really crap writing, okay? This is super crap writing. The doctor can turn himself on and off. So when Jatrell says, "Computer, shut off the doctor could have just turned himself back on. So despite all of that, I thought there was some cool science fantasy with the transporter, but we never focus on that. Instead, we focus on how we want to talk about Oppenheimer, the Oppenheimer team, and what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And I realize some of you say Hiroshima. This is an international show. I recognize that different people pronounce it different ways. Overall, we could have done something really cool here. Instead, we sort of went political. The acting is super bad, and just overall sucks. Continuity errors within the show that should have been identified by the writing team, if not the production team and the editorial team, or the editing team, the directorial team. So just a lot of suck.
We have Wagner and Maximum Redstone's popped in, buddy. Hey, welcome, my friends.
David Gibson, Larry, I love you. David Gibson. Thank you, Larry.
Good to
I couldn't
see you
remember
both.
his last name. Gibson. Thank you.
Wagner had a membership chat, said happy 1 year of memberships to this great channel. Oh, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you, buddy. You're too kind. Also, we had a couple of super chats. The great JT Kirk. Thank you, buddy. He says, "Look, out in space. It's a wormhole. Is it a wormhole? Is it a nebula? No, it's Supercast. Yes, it's Supercast.
Yes.
All right. Good one, dude." Eric K says, "Raquel, lol, stop taking my reviews. You have been hanging out with me too much."
It's true. I'm in your head.
You know each other's reviews.
I love you. Max is here.
Yeah, you didn't hear me say that?
No. Max,
Really?
sweetheart.
You didn't hear me say that just now?
No, I do remember. But now he's talking in the chat, so I'm just seeing his name and I'm thinking, why isn't he in bed? I do remember you saying that. Sorry,
He might
boss.
be.
Sorry.
Maybe he is. That's right.
Yeah.
Sander Hammerslag. Sander, what's up?
Hey, Sander.
Good to see you, sir. So yeah, oh, thanks for we got a new member, D. Richard. Welcome.
Yay!
Thank you.
Greg can't stay, but he says that he just wanted to be here
Okay.
on his
Oh,
Clobbering
okay.
Times anniversary. Happy anniversary, Greg.
I think he missed anniversary here.
Mm-hmm.
Anniversary for being a member, I guess, right?
Yes,
Well,
Clobbering Times.
See, he is in bed. So there you go. Max is
Good.
behaving himself. Max is behaving himself now.
Stay in bed.
So yeah, let's go ahead and just rate. Give me a rating of Jatrell.
It's a D-. I really struggled with this one because I almost gave it an F because what happened with Oppenheimer was very complicated, and also because I read the shock and awe paper by David Gibson, and so I have a different perspective here, and I don't like it when Star Trek tries to do sociology or social science when many of the people who are writing it, especially in these corporate writing rooms, many of them quit school in like middle school in the United States, I think you call it, which we call it junior high. They leave school after grade 8, grade 9, and then they try and get into these like super weighty issues, and it's kind of, I understand that they're trying to do something good, but what they end up doing is just sort of admonishing the scolding the audience, and then also really stepping in it and not really understand the gravity or the complexity of the things they're discussing because they just don't have the education to be able to unpack it. And so I really struggled. Almost gave it an F, but I gave it a D-. It's a D-, boss.
Okay. I'm gonna go with a D+. Again, it's not that it's good. Hey, Bubba Doom.
But
I reserve lower ratings than that for something that angers me, and it doesn't. I mean, I could have actually been a case for a C-, really, but they have some dumb things in it that don't really make a whole lot of sense. And again, it's such a. I don't mind stories that. There are times when I'll like a story and admit it's a ripoff, but if you're gonna be a ripoff, it be good for sure, because this is a damn ripoff, big time, of Duet, and you could just hear him. You just saying, "Look, that was so good. Let's do that on our show.
Let's try that again.
Let's try that." And there's so much of them ripping off Duet there, so and they didn't do it nearly as well, of course. So yeah, if you're gonna rip something off, at least do it well.
Yeah,
and the reason why,
and also like cover your butt. Like when the doctor says that he can turn himself on and off, what'd you think of that, Clubby?
Oh, you're supposed to be right at that point, right?
Yeah.
And then he couldn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oopsies. Oopsies, maybe. I got nothing for you right there other than oops.
Yeah, right.
I mean, at least find a good reason for it. Lazy writing.
Yeah.
So yeah, all right, everyone. Now we'll ask our wonderful friends in the chat for your rating of Jatrell and any words you may have on this episode of Voyager. Try to keep it at least around the 5 comments range if you could.
Yes.
But if you have to go a little bit one or so beyond, it's acceptable because you're good buddies. We're just trying to, keep a relative lid on it, because of.
Oh boy, this looks good. Oh, and ED had enough time and enough energy to do some reviews. This is going to be such a treat, everyone.
Oh, right.
My goodness.
Lester?
Enigmatic Drop Bear, thank you so much.
Lester San Jose, the Skeptic Tank, is here. And it's been a name for the month.
It's a great name.
Yeah. Hello, Lester. Good to see you. Let's see here. All right. I'm going to start with the great Enigmatic Drop Bear. And like I say, if you need to do 5 or 6, that's fine. Don't worry about that. I'm saying 6 I can take. I mean, any more than... Actually, tonight we only have 2 episodes, so knock yourself out. But Enigmatic Drop Bear says D. I like allegorical storytelling, but this one is unsophisticated and as subtle as a brick to the
Yeah.
head.
Yep.
Perhaps more so, given the timing of what it went to air, what it went to air, and this week's reviews. Yes, yes, indeed. It went to air 3 months before the 50th anniversary of the events that ended WW2 in the Pacific. And this week, our reviews correspond with the theatrical window of Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Interesting. Indeedishness. Good points there, ED. Absolutely. Let's see. Timing aside, this episode was pretty awful. We have the transporter MacGuffin in full flight and a scientist with a motive that should have been disclosed from the outset. Yes. Yes-ishness. If heading to the Talaxian system to help find a cure for Neelix was sufficient reason for Voyager to go there, then surely the chance to save 300,000 Talaxians was an even bigger reason. Brutal. The first act served only as exposition to further fill out Neelix's backstory, a backstory that was full of horror yet underwhelming for the character, given the relationship, the revelation of his cowardice. Yeah, well done as always.
I totally agree.
Well done as always, sir. Thank you, Enigmatic Drop Bear. Let's see here. All right. Admiral Teague says D. Just gives it a D. I hear you.
Thank you,
I
Admiral.
understand that one. Admiral. Again, thank you, San Jose. Lester San Jose, the Skeptic Tank. Appreciate you so much for being a member.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful comment.
Too many. Well, Sandra says D. Too many improbabilities. No originality. Supercast only lives a few years. They train her, but what are they going to do for medical staff, botanists, etc., when she dies? I don't know. You never know.
Yeah, they overextend the character, and they're doing what they did with Beverly Crusher, making Beverly Crusher have so many parchments. She would have to be 120 years old to fulfill all of those, the time it takes to do those parchments. So yeah, like it's not enough to just be a genius, folks. Like, almost anyone can become a doctor. Okay. All you have to do is go to school and sit in a classroom and learn lots of information for 7 to 10 years. You're not just born a genius. It's where you just understand medicine. There are systems, there are things you have to do in order to meet certain requirements for anatomy, especially for so many different species and all of the, and to have to be the different types of doctors that are required, and even a psychiatrist and things like that. So it's just so far-fetched, and you could tell these people that wrote this haven't even finished high school, and of course there's nothing wrong with that, but if you understand the way this stuff works, it's not easy peasy fresh and breezy. I guess that's what I'm trying to say, and I agree with you, Sandra.
I hear you. Sandra says that was Sandra's right there, but I was bonus. Gotcha. Simply Steve says D. I think he means D minus or D, whatever. You can never tell sometimes. Rating alt title get railed. Confusing episode. Why cover something that happened over 300 years ago? Kaz, what was 300 years ago? Was that more that long ago? Was he that old? Is Neelix that old? Kes equals Esri in positions not qualified for, sadly. For us, Neelix didn't stay knocked out. Yes. The Chicken Man. It's the Chicken Man.
Yeah.
Zathra says D plus. Reason Neelix side note at work. Reason Neelix side note at work. I figured out 1,001 ways Neelix dies. 583, Wesley materializes and transport him to Zahadum. Nature takes its course because he was told, if you go to Zahadum, you will die with Wesley. All right. That wasn't a very good forward line. Not a good Vosh at all. Mr. Angel says E minus. Symphony E minus. I become the destroyer of worlds, the Borg. Yeah. Take a number and get in line. By the way, you need a job? Plot armor episode. Way too many plot armor. Way too many plot armor. Yep. Indeedishness. Plot armor, sir. Jill says C. Well, this is an extraordinarily simplistic atomic weapon allegory.
Yeah.
Since they insist on having Neelix around, I suppose we may as well learn about the past. This was all right.
Okay.
This was all right. Almost made it worth the nature of the illness because Voyager is fast and loose with biology until it somehow returned into Frankenstein using the magic transporter. Ooh, the magic transporter. But at least it fails. Yep. Let's see what the next one is. Here we go. Here you go. My favorite part of the episode was that the dialogue was so simplistic that I could wander around my house helping my daughter while listening to it on my belly button radio headphones. I'm almost at that point when I'm watching some of these episodes anyway. Well, except for, what was it? That's
there's a pretty serious conversation developing in the chat, and I just want to say, yeah, I love y'all, and that's exactly my point. I just want to say, because I want to make it clear that I grew up very poor. And I had to put myself through university as an adult. And so I believe that everyone has the potential to do whatever they want. Just not a lot of people have the money or the opportunity to do it. But yeah, in order to have these different parchments and these different titles, someone has to sit in the chair and actually do the actual learning. And it isn't far away, and it isn't hard, and it isn't beyond anyone. I believe in each and every single person. There could be a doctor. Somebody could self-actualize in any subject that they love and that they care about. It's really about having the money and the opportunity and people who can nurture that in you and show you the way. And so it's important to have respect for those different parchments. As far as what goes on with Kes and what goes on with Beverly Crusher, yeah, it is pretty annoying because at one point I believe she becomes some type of geneticist. Beverly Crusher does, and it's just like, okay, she's also now a seasoned pilot and all these things. It's okay if you got one or two of these things, because over a lifetime, somebody who's quite gifted can work their way through that kind of thing. But I mean, when it starts loading up to 10, 15 different things that you're able to do, it just shuts your brain off. You're like, okay, well, I don't want to watch this anymore. This is actually dumb now. It doesn't even respect a thinking person. So love your comments, everyone. Love it. Love it.
The AI show says C minus. The Bobby Ewing episode of Voyager. It's all a dream, a deceptive TV writer's red herring dream. I call it Hotel Jatrell. It takes a whole lot of critters to make Neelix's fritters. Thank you, AI. Appreciate that. Max Redstone says D minus. Talaxians, will they blend? That is the question. Will they blend? Dude, you rock.
Yeah, Captain Infinity. Captain Infinity says, as dumb as the Star Trek script writers. Well, that's just exactly it, right? And that's what I mean when I'm talking about this stuff, is this idea of these corporate writing rooms, and they get into a room and they start sort of trying to find ways to make the audience feel bad, to make the audience feel dumb, like the audience has done something wrong, or the audience has voted the wrong way, or whatever they're, whatever they're trying to say in their episodes. And they don't respect education, they don't respect the audience, and they don't respect the thinking person. And like, Ricky Gervais says, and if you go and look at many of these people's bios, they didn't make it out of middle school. So it's super important that if you're going to get up on a soapbox and start wagging your finger, telling people where they fall short and where they need to change and why they're, just deeply, deeply the worst scum of the earth, and you're talking to the audience, it might be a good idea to know what the heck you're talking about first, right? So love the comments, Captain Infinity. Love it.
Go where I was. Where were I? Where were I? We're gonna, okay, the shooter says B. A Neelix episode. I bet you all love that. I think for a guy like Neelix to move forward to be the positive person he is, shows a greater depth of character than we would give him credit. Yeah, some wouldn't. Let's see here. As for the story about the man who created a weapon of mass destruction, this is an interesting look at the morals and scientific development of and the consequences.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, number. What am I looking for? Was that number 3? As for the story about the man who created a weapon of mass destruction, this is an interesting look at the. Oh, I already did that one, didn't I?
Yeah.
What's the consequences? Oh.
That's 2 of 4, boss.
There we go. Damn it.
That's okay, sweetheart.
All right. Sorry, everybody. Was the dream sequence necessary? I think Jatrell's reversal of the cascade weakens the story.
Mm-hmm.
A desperate attempt to atone. What did Voyager do with Jatrell's ship? Jettison it? I don't know, sir. I think we should have learned of Neelix's backstory sooner. There are much more than a few issues here, but I liked it. I think the worst crime here trying to do too much, which weakens episode.
That's a good point. Yeah, I
Well
agree.
said.
Clobby was talking about that earlier. He's like, why did we get it all messy and muddy and add all of these, that everyone's lying into it and give all these people all these strange motivations? Clobby and I agree with you. And I thought that the dream sequence was actually a little twisted and more than slightly creepy. Whoever wrote that, shin kicks, agony booth, Klingon pain sticks, and not to the ribs, maybe a colonoscopy with a Klingon pain stick. And a boss man, you should know that our great friend Brian Hepburn just walked through the door, and Admiral Teague has sent you a gift.
Hey, Brian Hepburn, what's up, buddy? Admiral, thank you for the super sticker. Let's see if I can see it. Yusa can. I won't show it to me. It'll show up eventually. Well, damn. Thank you for that so much. Appreciate that, Admiral.
Thank you, sweetheart.
It'll pop up. I'll have to dig it up later. But thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Where were I? Oh, still in the back. Okay. And again, Brian. Hey, Brian, man, thank you for being here. Thanks for popping in. Always good to see you. All right. So where were we here? Let's get back on track.
Oh, Lenrod says he says that he liked the dream. It was supposed to be scary and freaky. I'd say mission accomplished there. Lenrod, Hot Rod, I totally agree. I think it was supposed to be scary. Thing I don't like about it though is that Neelix tells a heartrending story about finding a small child, barely alive, and trying to rescue her. And so he describes this. So when he dreams of this small child, only it's Kess. I think that may require blow dart level meds, perhaps if that were a real person having that dream, they should go see a psychiatrist. Definitely get some help. That's weird and more than a little creepy. Anyway.
Oh my, indeed. Linrod says B plus. I liked learning about Neelix's past. It helps explain his personality quite a bit. I enjoyed it when he came to terms with both himself and being able to forgive the scientists. Well, one more of his. What? Oh, so what? I thought I had to put the one there. Okay. I liked learning more about Neelix's past. It helps explain his personality quite a bit. I enjoyed it when he came to terms with both himself and being able to forgive the scientists. What did I get there? Okay. Props to the direction of the dream sequence, which Nightmare seen as pretty freaky. One would. What I do? I'm sometimes in trouble with my. It was pretty freaky. Well done by them. Gotcha. All right. So you like that one. Thank you, Linrod. Captain Infinity and Beyond says it has 0 time travel, so it's an A plus for me. Oh my goodness.
Sean's done driving. He's here. Sean Carter from Mars.
Hey, Sean. Welcome back,
sweetheart.
buddy.
Don't forget to put the URL to your YouTube channel in the chat, please, Sean.
Lisa says B. Neelix is annoying. Classic esteem issues.
Yeah.
A buffoon. Confronting his past loss and cowardice make him a sympathetic character here. Science to reverse science disasters. Interesting fiction thought.
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed. I wish there would have been a heck of a lot more of it, though.
Yeah, they should have kind of maybe gone into a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah. Just stick with that. Stick with this idea of redemption and trying to bring people back and don't make him a liar and don't involve Neelix being a deserter. Make it a true story where Neelix really has to struggle with forgiving this person and this person's long struggle to forgive himself and his road to redemption. There was no need to make it political. None whatsoever. Nobody cares about Neelix. No one sympathizes with him. No one likes him. No one in all of fandom, save like maybe 0.5% of all Trekkies, like this character. So the writers failed here. They failed.
Yepper. See. RK Brunswick says C. It could have been a really nice story. Neelix was not as annoying. 3 big problems, however. First, when you play a safety in pool, you must hit your own ball or the other player gets a hand to... Hang on. Where are you? Place where he wants. Second, the doctor can activate himself even if shut down. Even if it would shut down. That's true, or it didn't. Third, Cass was the burnt little girl on the planet.
Oh, yeah.
In the dream, Cass was about 6. I wonder how is with both of those episodes or not?
Just Eric thought that it was creepy like I did, and when they put pool on TV, I mean, I don't know what to say. You know what I mean?
Yes.
When they put pools in these shows, like my husband, he's a world champion. Okay, so he's a Canadian champion. He's a world champion in pool. Okay, he goes down to Vegas and he plays the big world tournament down there and so on and so forth. When you're going to do pool, it's very important because so many people in the United States and Canada play pool. And certainly Moscone Cup overseas, to hire someone like him. Like my husband's been hired to do a TV show and a film, and he's been hired to consult on how things should be done, right? And they
Yeah.
usually film his hand when he's doing certain shots, like if they hire him to do a trick shot and things like that, he'll do the trick shot, and they only do his hand. But it is very important, his hands, I mean. It is very important to make sure that you do hire experts, like my husband or someone from my family, my offspring, or someone in our community to help you figure that out, because you don't want to do things like that. My summation of what I surmise is happening here is that they were playing bar pool, but that's dirty bar pool. And yeah, I agree with you, Eric. Don't do that. Just bring in somebody from pool. Someone from pool will show you. We'll help you.
I was muted, sorry.
Midnight's Oblivion.
Really? Oh, hey. I'm not seeing. I can't see the chat yet, so thanks.
That's okay.
Good
honey.
night. Good to see you. I hope you are doing well. First, where he wants. Second, the doctor can activate himself, even if shut down. Third, Kess was the burnt little girl on the planet. In the dream, Kess is what, 3? Yes.
Yeah.
We know Neelix roosts with Kess.
Yeah.
Does this mean Neelix wanted a relationship
This
with
was
the
it.
little girl? Oh,
Yep.
God. Super creepy.
Yes.
Something to hopefully not think about what these writers think. And I always say this, but it's true. We are talking about Hollywood, buddy.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying.
But there's no other way to read that. Like it's not like you can read something else into that. Neelix tells a story about a small girl who's dying, who he tries to rescue. He has a nightmare and recalls the little girl, but puts Kess in the little girl's position. There's no other way to read that. Eric is correct, and I saw it too, and it was immediately like revulsion. Immediate revulsion. Why are we doing this? This is gross. Stop it.
Was it like his daughter or something? At least it could have made it.
Yeah, or just like, or don't make it Cass. Just bring in a small actress and do her up with the makeup or whatever. But it's very Freudian and super creepy to say, you know, I saw this wee little girl. She this is a nightmare you gave me. I have PTSD from it. Then he goes away. A day or two later, he has a horrible dream, and the little girl is now Kess. It's like, that you can't overlook this. Somebody,
no, you can't.
That should not have been done. That's unforgivable. That's unforgivable, and it's gross. It's gross, and no one liked it.
Bubba Doom 1 says D-. Raquel covered all the bases, but I want to say it irritated me to no end that Captain Mrs. Columbo allowed the doctor on board. Neelix is a is a used Kleenex.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Bubba. I like
Bubba
that.
Doom, just such a bad episode. So bad.
Oh, Lester. San Jose, the skeptic tank says the last few streams about Voyager remind me why I couldn't get into it like TNG or DS9. Well, I certainly understand where you're coming from. I know what you mean. Let's see. Princess Panzeroff. I'm starting Panzeroff. I'm working on it.
She's David Letterman.
Yes. Worldwide trousers. All right. Fiona says they lost me at blood disease. It fails the Fiona test. The 3 C's: consistency, credibility, and coherence.
Yeah.
It's also stupid.
Yeah.
And a transporter ek machina. Yep. And Trisper. Oh yeah. Also Neelix centric. Yep. Yeah. You automatically you're in the gutter when you're Neelix centric. When your episode is telling me from get go that I'm in for a Neelix ride.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not on good terms automatically. The great Raymond Feliciano says D. I agree. Neelix needs to be airlocked. I hate copycat tropes. Once again, the transporter saves everything. Ugh. Indeed, buddy. Smilex says D. The only cure I'd offer to Neelix would be found on a personal tour of the airlocks. This episode was far too on the nose for me. Besides, I prefer Ottenheimer. Oh, I see what you did there. Ottenheimer, you're an otter. You rock, Smilex. Joseph Dredd, here come the judge, says. F. Wow. Tuvok blames missing a pool shot on the ship's stabilizers.
So
Medical
bad.
technobabble heavy in this episode. More like a space opera than anything else. Super Cass is the ship's counselor now. Yeah. Ripping of DS9's duet. The thinly veiled metaphor of the A-bomb and Oppenheimer. Jatrell turns off the EMH and operates the transporter. Is there any security on this ship?
Yeah.
Apparently not. Not when the riders don't need there not to be.
That's right.
Jatrell doing fiendish experiments on Talaxian remnants, transporter MacGuffins. Neelix apologizes. One episode left until the season 1 finale.
Yep.
And I suppose we should get on with that one, shouldn't we? You ready to go to anybody else?
I think that's it. Let's get to Learning Curve.
Learning Curve, folks, our next and final episode of the season.
Just want to take 2 wags of a puppy's tail to say thank you to one and all who had positive and negative comments about that episode.
Yeah.
We appreciate your interaction. We appreciate your conversation, and we love all opinions here. Pro, con, and meh. Oh, Midnight's Oblivion is giving it a D-. He snuck that in. And JT Cook. Did you get JT Cook? JT Cook. He says my review was skipped. It's right here.
It
JT
wasn't hard.
Cook.
Okay, we got you now, buddy. Hang on. Sorry about that. I had to have something to drink. F+. Wow. This is. Oh, hang on one second. If we're gonna do it, let's do it right. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? String beam.
Yes.
All right. F+. This is a high score for a Neelix episode. Transporter BS. Insane Way would likely need to break the prime directive to give the Talaxian transporter technology in order to reconstitute millions.
It's dumb.
That part at the end there when he was going to, he thinks he was going to bring back millions of people.
Yeah.
That was just so loopy.
And not only that, what about their power? They don't have any power. Which I have a huge issue with, and so does Fiona. We both know enough about science to know that the premise, the presupposition, the entire premise of these huge starships are that they are completely independent, and they don't require a gas station. We don't need Texaco here. Anyway, let's get on with this.
Hey, the Richard, my friend, it was an honor to have you stop by. I hope you will do so again. Thank you for being here. Have a good night.
Night, the Richard.
Good night, indeed, sir.
Okay, Learning Curve is season 1, episode 16, production code 116. This first aired on May 22nd, 1995. I'm going to be reading extemporaneously from Wikipedia. Lots of different people contribute to this, and the grammar is usually atrocious. There's nothing I could do about it. Saddle up, lock and load. I'll do the best that I can.
That's all right.
And if it sucks, we'll correct it and we'll laugh about it. Let's do it.
We'll be fine.
Or let's do it.
We'll be fine.
After crewman Dalby is insubordinate toward Chief Security Chief Tuvok, the Vulcan discusses the situation with Captain Insane Way. Insane Way understands Tuvok's frustration, but points out that the Maquis have never been trained in Starfleet procedures or philosophies. Clobby and I could have told you that 6 episodes ago. A class is organized to teach several Maquis members Starfleet protocol, taught by Tuvok, a former academy instructor. Yeah, Should have happened in like the second or third episode, like many of us said. At first, his efforts are unsuccessful. The trainees walk out of their first lesson despite Tuvok's orders to stay. All should have been sent to the brig. I'm adding some stuff in here. Sorry, everyone. Later in the mess hall, Dalby makes it clear to Chakotay that he wants to do things the Maquis way. Chakotay punches Dalby, which was awesome, saying that if Dalby wants to do things the Maquis way, then so be it, by using violence to enforce discipline. With his point made, the students return to Tuvok's training sessions. When Tuvok shares with Neelix that he is frustrated with the Maquis' unwillingness to adapt to Starfleet protocol, Neelix indicates that perhaps it is Tuvok who is too inflexible in his strict adherence to protocol, and that perhaps if he were to bend the rules a little bit, the trainees would respect him more. Tuvok attempts to get to know Dalby socially, but makes little progress. No Vulcan would ever do that. Meanwhile, it is discovered that the bioneurosurgery that runs many of the crucial systems on the ship has become infected with a disease. Tuvok and the doctor trace the infection to a batch of homemade cheese that Neelix prepared. The doctor discovers that the only way to kill the microbe is to heat the bioneuro gel packs. The crew runs the warp core at 80% without going to warp, which produces enough heat to kill the virus. Good God. However, it also initiates a pulse surge, causing many power conduits to be blown out. At that moment, another class is in progress in the cargo bay when the power conduit blows and the room begins to fill with noxious gas. One of the trainees is unconscious, but Tuvok orders the rest to leave him behind and save themselves. Save yourselves! The trainees are angered at his apparent disregard for their friend's life and initially refuse, but Tuvok forces them out. He then contradicts his own order, going back to save the injured crewman, and in the process succumbs to the gas and passes out. I'm about to succumb to all this gas as well. The other trainees work together to rescue Tuvok and their friend. Afterwards, Dalby tells Tuvok that if he is willing to bend Starfleet protocol to save one of them, perhaps they can bend and accept Starfleet rules after all. Learning curve. Boss, tell me, what did you think of Learning Curve?
First of all, did you know lemon pie is here?
Lemon pie.
Hey, lemon pie. Was there an episode we were talking about just now? Oh, what was the name of it again?
Passing gas.
It was called Sleeping Curve, was it, or something? Or
yeah, Sleeping Curve.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, we're dangerously close to that weird. That is not happened a lot, but we're dangerously near the apathy zone.
Yeah,
like an episode. So, can we just get this over with? This is so filler. Some episodes are such filler. Now, again, I know they think they needed an episode to start that would start dealing with the what's it like for the two crews to get along and to get together. Mr. Angel says, sorry, but my misophonia, how do you pronounce that?
Misophonia.
Misophonia is making it impossible to stay. I need to remove myself from the trigger now. Have a great well, you two have a great one. It's always good to see you here, buddy.
Good night, sweetheart. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. I don't have. It's tough. In other words, sometimes they make it so boring and so staggeringly uninteresting to me that I can't form an opinion. I don't know if that ever happens to you. Like, I'll be like, other than, well, you have the best opinions because you go. But I don't want to steal your routine, so I'll be like, people ran around and did stuff, I guess. No, they really didn't do much, did they? Okay, take that back. I want to pretend like anything was done in this episode. It's a Tuvok episode, I guess. It's okay. I'm sure I like Tuvok. Fine, I guess. These Maquis people, or not used to being Starfleet. And we're trying to integrate them into the crew. Okay, that's an interesting story to somebody, I guess.
16 episodes later.
Right. 16 episodes later, we'll end up the season with an after-school special, I guess, about what it's like to be on the Voyager, to be the odd kids out.
Yeah.
That nobody likes because they're Maquis. Well, there are plenty of other Maquis that seem to be doing fine, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Maquis were originally in Starfleet or trained in Starfleet. I don't know what these people were doing. And they were fine. I mean, the actors were fine. I mean, I don't really care one way or the other. I mean, it's just that I'm having trouble now working up anything to say about this episode. Because I didn't learn anything. Except that there are curves in the world. And none of the girls had curves in this episode. Maybe that's what I was supposed to do. I like curves on my ladies, and I didn't see any curvy ladies in this episode, right?
That's okay.
Wait. Was Neelix in this one?
Oh, no.
Is this
we had
the
enough
Neelix bonus?
We had enough of Ethan Phillips last
episode. I
episode
take it
where
back.
Chicken Man sucked
Chicken
all
Man.
of
Wait a
the
minute.
remorse out of.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
No Neelix, right?
No, Neelix is here.
We had.
No,
we
he's
have
in this episode.
There's
Just
no
not as much.
Neelix. Okay, I thought we had a no Neelix bonus episode.
No.
We had one. Didn't we have one last week?
Yes, I think we had one last week.
I apologize, everyone. I'm rambling because I have nothing. I can't even remember watching the episode and what happened other than stuff and things and stuff happened. I didn't give a crap.
It's okay.
Did you give a crap?
No.
It's just like, okay, it started.
And there was no payoff
because
you don't even find out what's wrong with the Bajoran kid. Why he's so quiet and weird. Like why he's emo. Is he seen yet? He's seen. He's emo. Right? So, like, why? Why am I watching this?
You know something, folks? Very often, the best thing about an episode is Raquel's review of it. Or me. Oh, and it shouldn't be that way.
I love you.
So, what is your... Go for your notes. I can't take it anymore.
Okay.
Look, I tried, everyone. I tried to pretend I knew. I gave enough of a shit about this episode to have a freaking opinion. Now I'm mad. Now I'm pissed off at this episode that I don't even care enough to have an opinion on it. That pisses me off. I'd rather love it or hate it, or even think it's flawed but interesting. You know, I thought the shit like that last one we just reviewed. I go, there was this about it. You were able to have a nice conversation about that last one, whether you like it or not. Now I'm like, and thing about learning, I'm a horrible learner. I was in learning disability classes my whole life. I didn't ride the short bus; it rode me. Let me tell you something. But I couldn't even win in the Special Olympics, and I know because I was in the Special Olympics, I couldn't win. And people think I'm making it up, but it really was. Except the not winning part, I didn't win; I lost. And I can't even distinguish between the two. And this episode, I didn't learn a damn thing.
It's okay. It's a learning swerve, not
Swerve.
a learning. It's not learning curve. It's learning swerve.
And by the way, don't be offended by the short bus joke, folks, because I really did ride one. So it's a personal experience. Anyway,
don't make fun of Clobby. Anyway,
no, please do. I mean, anyway, it'll be fun. So go ahead and give us your notes.
By the way, as an adult, you're brilliant, and I absolutely adore you. Okay,
well,
here
you
are
my call notes. Me an adult. Whatever do to you. Good.
I'm sorry, adult Batman lover. Adult Superman lover. How do you like those for epithets? You know what I mean?
Indeed.
Yeah. They have no food from the replicators, but they're in the holodeck. So we start with Insane Way being in the holodeck. Why are they in the holodeck? This is not the way that the entire idea of these independent starships work. They reclaim everything. They reclaim your poo. They reclaim your pee. They reclaim everything that's broken. They reclaim everything. They have reclamators that turn. I I can't. Head desk, head desk. Then one of the worst things ever happens. Riker's bully and barber shows up. What the hell is Riker's bully and barber doing on Voyager?
Was that
And
really Mr. Mott?
he's still just as chatty. He needs a slap. Anyway, I don't condone violence, just perhaps some shin kicks. Chakotay is marvelous. I love watching him deck that mouthy little punk. Two storylines. Disease bioneural packs and long overdue Maquis training that causes intrapersonal tensions. The love boat. Anyway, I hate Neelix. And to quote Simply Steve, Neelix not needed. This is a triple N evening, folks. Bizarre food humor where bizarre food isn't needed. Voyager is a totally independent ship that recycles power and energy in every capacity. Let's say you do the emotional gymnastics to excuse all of this with some more of these emotional loopholes that you make up. Still doesn't explain using the holodeck instead of using the purported limited power in more constructive and practical ways. Super Tess knows more about medicine than the computer. Do you remember when Counselor Cameltoe arrived at a decision before Data? She was able to calculate things before Data? Well, here, Super Tess, she calculates a medical analysis for the computer before the computer. This actually happens in this episode. Counselor Cameltoe in Super Tess correcting, being quicker than, calculating, and analyzing faster than a computer. What in the hell am I watching? Oh, look, Scott sent you a gift.
Scott Knudsen, thank you so much. Good to see you. Welcome. He says, this may be unfair, but listening to Kate Mulgrew's, sorry, no, I'm not going to try it, absurd attempt to differentiate Trekkie from Trekker in the movie Trekkies contributes to my disdain for this show. Just saying. You know what? I can't say I blame you. Good
Scott,
reason as any.
There is so much BS around the difference between Trekkie and Trekker, and they try and involve Gene Roddenberry and Isaac Asimov, and they try to do all these mental and emotional gymnastics to explain the difference. I can be Roland Barthes right now and say the author is dead. It doesn't matter what anybody's definition of Trekkie and Trekker are outside of the worldwide phenomenon of being a Trekkie. Okay, that's the test of truth. That's the litmus test. How is it actually used? And I can tell you 100% that Trekkie refers to anyone who originated in loving Star Trek with TOS. And how this happened was a manifestation of those who started using Trekker when TNG came out, and people who were watching TOS became skeptical. They were like, we're not sure if we're going to like this or not. And so the people who only liked TNG began using Trekkie as a pejorative. They said that we were weird. We were all like freaky nerds. We were all freaky geeks. We were like eggheads, the kind of people who walk around wearing lab coats that no one wants to talk to, pencil and pen protectors on our pockets. And so Trekker became the normies way of saying that they liked TNG, that they really dug it, that they were really totally into it. And so that's how it was used. That was the nomenclature. That was actually how it was being used in the Trekkie community. So it doesn't matter about citing Isaac Asimov. It doesn't matter about citing Gene Roddenberry. It's the fact that the people that came on to TNG and made fun of TOS, said it was stupid, that it was hokey, that it was like dumb, and that they used a they said it was like comedic, but they called it cheesy and kooky. Oh, and campy. They called it campy. So they were mocking Trekkies who liked TOS. So the manifestation of Trekkie versus Trekker is this. Trekkie is anyone who loves TOS and does not find it campy. They think it's beautiful, and it's where their fandom for Star Trek originates. Trekker is usually someone from the TNG era who said, "What are you talking about? Why are you saying that you're not sure if you like TNG, man? TNG is way cooler than that campy old crap you watch. TNG's way better, man." That's what the actual difference is. So anyone who says Trekker is so annoying to me that I want to put them in an agony booth on maximum and set it and forget it like Ron Popeil. Anyway,
Wow.
back to the show. I love Tuvok. I like the nice bacteria story, but it doesn't fit in the understanding of what Star Trek ships do and how they work. We have this lovely conversation at the very end about compromise, and it reminds me of Saturday morning cartoons where you got to have your little lesson on for the day. So this is a solid D for dumb.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to concur.
Love you, Scott.
Go with the D.
Yeah, it's D. It's D for dumb. Some dumbness with some dumbness.
Into dumbness here. Yeah.
Into dumbness.
Into dumbness here. Hey, Rod Thunderheart, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Rod. How's it going, sweetheart?
Good to see you.
Dadman Clan. You're here? Good evening.
Oh, yeah, he's been here.
Good evening.
Dadman's been here. Yeah, good to see you, Rod.
I'm always doing so much stuff behind the scenes that I half the time I don't even know where my notes are.
Well, I hear you, but he is here. So. Oh yeah, Dadman, have a good one, buddy. Thanks for being here, bro. Appreciate you. So yeah, I guess we'll ask you now, my good friends, for to put your rating, any rating, and any words you may have about the episode. Learning curvature. Go for it. And number one, we'll store those for us. Blue DL.
Anyway, sorry.
That's right. And I was being harsh giving it a D because it just didn't leave much of an impression on me. Look, we're probably looking at some way worse episodes than this, but I'm just go ahead and say I didn't learn anything.
I think it would have been totally cool if they would have turned the cheese thing into a plague and like mold, like black mold lung or something like that. And it didn't attack the bioneural energy packs or whatever the crap they put on this stupid ship. But it just made it affect everyone. And then sort of Neelix was reprimanded for bringing something on board and culturing this bacteria, this blue mold that made everyone sick. And then they put him through the Klingon rite of ascension, and then they put him in an agony booth, and then they airlocked him. That would have been a perfect episode.
Great episode, but thing is, they should have saved this. They should have saved this title from when 7 of 9 was on the show. There's a good episode called "Learning Curves."
Yes.
Which I would have think would be nice.
This is true. Let's
see, let's get it going here. The Enigmatic drop bear.
There you go.
D. This episode has the unintentionally funniest and most ridiculous line in all of Star Trek. Wow. Get the cheese to sick bay. So appropriate for this lame episode, especially an end of season. Yeah, last episode of the season. You're gonna go out like that. Thank you, EDB. Yeah, Max Redstone also says a D minus. Airlock Neelix.
Yes.
Too good for him.
Airlock Chicken Man. Oh, Smilex is calling for the brain. What is brain?
Brain and brain. What is brain?
Raymond says D. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we're some Maquis former members of Starfleet. Some were, yeah. I didn't like the gel pack idea anyway. Let's move on. Gonna read me some Dolphin Wars. P.S. Great TNG imitation, Raquel. Thanks. And by the way, everyone, please go take a look at Dolphin Wars on. There's of course, Raymond, put all your links in the chat, of course. And go to
yeah.
Plus, definitely go to Raymond's channel. Thank you, buddy. Then there's Zathras says D plus. After the episode,
Reggie's here. Reggie?
John?
John Rupas!
Oh, John, what's up, dude? Okay. Good to see you, sir. Hope you are doing well. Let's see here. All right, what have we got? Where were we? Oh,
Hashtag airlock Neelix.
D plus says Zathras. After the episode, Dalby was never seen again. That's true. They airlocked his ass. Reason Dalby is assigned to third shift waste extraction. Tuvok tells Dalby he is to personally clean Neelix's poop. Payback is a bitch. Wow. Zathras really handled that one.
Yep.
Princess pants on or off says they're on a military vessel stranded tens of thousands of light years from home. Strict adherence to protocol is the only thing that is going to get them home out of their predicament. Indeedishness. The idea that you should show some flexibility to criminals and adapt to their way is absurd.
Right?
But go Chipotle, sweet smack that dude. Yeah, I did like when he smacked the dude. Yeah, even made more ridicule. Yeah, I love Chipotle. No, I'm gonna Chipotle. Made more ridiculous by their current situation.
Yep.
Let's see. That's 2. All right. And cheese ek machina. Holy crap. I thought I had seen it all. There's so much established canon about how that would have not been able to happen. At least it wasn't
a transporter.
At least it wasn't getting her out of her comfort zone by eating macaroni and cheese. So.
Yep. But why didn't the transporter catch it, Fiona? And why wasn't it scanned? Why wasn't it scanned?
Wonder why.
They all have tricorders, right?
Presumably. But the idea that the Achilles heel of the vaunted Federation starship is cheese. Seriously? Not even a 2 millimeter, it's a 2 meter ventilation shaft. S- for stupid.
Right.
Writers, please give us a reason to care. Very well said and excellent in every way. Fiona, nicely done. Thank you. All righty then. Jill says, B-. The Voyager can be cheesy. Confirmed. Since I found real research integrating biology into tech, I thought it may be interesting, but now I see how gross it is. Yeah.
Sick, eh?
Yeah, I hear you. Very basic Star Trek logic is lost here when we run complex simulations on the holodeck. Yet, the replicators are having power issues.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Well, at one point, even Janeway says the comms are down, and then she immediately calls B'Elanna in engineering. I thought the comms were down.
Yeah, I thought that. Yeah, oops. A lot of oopsies in the show. Despite this, I join a class taught by Tuvok any day, so they don't understand their luck. This reminded me of the TNG episode Lower Decks, but with Maquis twist. Which I thought that was a lot better than this. Light years better than this, in my opinion.
Smilex wants you to know that he finds this episode unbelievable. And Simply Steve says it's not a very good.
Oh, my. Uh-oh. Wow. I'm gonna start playing the Monty Python cheese stop sketch.
Where's the professor of pun? Where is Scuba Pete?
I don't know. His better half popped in earlier. Maybe Scuba's busy. He might be on another stream. Could be streaming out there somewhere. JT Kirk says D-. The writers were behind the curve on this one. It's nice to see a Bolian, but why was he a Maquis? The character is copy of the Barbara Bolian from TG Mott, right?
Yeah.
But we're using the same personality.
That's correct.
Yep.
Saw that immediately.
Was simply poor choice.
Mm-hmm.
Someone that jovial wouldn't be an insurgent. How insane way does one need to just expect non-Starfleet folks to meet Starfleet standards immediately, if ever?
Yeah. JT Kirk, you and I were talking about this, and so was Fiona and Clobby, and we were all talking about this 16 episodes ago. Like, it took them 16 episodes to get to the issue.
Why isn't Neelix in this training class too? He'd benefit from a little bit of discipline because we'd have to see him more. And finally, get one of those uniforms Tupac wouldn't replicate for him in episode 1. Chipotle smash. Yes, indeed, JT Kirk. Lenrod says B-. This really should have been episode 2 or 3, maybe 4, but it was fun to see Neelix get a bit of a leg up on Tuvok. First by showing his power of observation, then by delivering some good advice. See, my main beef here is how the cheese caused the ship circuits to get sick.
Mm-hmm.
Why would critical system components not be airtight or have a dedicated sterile air supply?
Right. And it's very clear that they are sealed in bags. So was the bacteria absorbed through the bag? What? I
don't know. You'd think the engineers who designed it would have tested the biomass for such an occurrence and made sure to provide countermeasures for such an event. Let's see here. Also, anyone else notice that the gel packs were just Ziploc bags that had RCA and BNC connectors glued to it? I found that very amusing. Yeah, I noticed some weird looking stuff on there. I'm sure the chief engineer probably did too. Lisa says C. Neelix makes the ship sick with his cooking. A fun idea to learn, but a bit of bio-neural gel packs. But a bit of okay. Neelix reminds Tuvok to bend ESP.
Especially
to bend, especially with those. Okay, all right. With those that are weak. Terrible season finale. No cliffhanger.
Yep.
True. I'm also usually kind of fond when there's not a cliffhanger these days. It gets sick of.
You would not believe how many horrible, cheesy jokes are happening in the chat right now with regard to the writing room blowing this one, but blew it, get it, blue.
My eyes are strictly on the stars. So.
Yeah, Princess Fiona making jokes about Feta. Just there are so many cheesy jokes going on right now, and you have a marvelous present from Michael and Cassandra Beacom, boss. When you get to that, it's in your folder.
Oh, Michael, we shouldn't have, buddy. Come on, man. Thank you. You've done so much.
Of a human being.
You've done so much, buddy. He said, I regrettably must withdraw my recommendation of the Star Trek Voyager Companion. This supposedly Paramount vetted tome has 3 more episodes after Learning Swerve listed as season 1. Huge error, which invalidates the book. Oh, well, thank you for the info. And of course, the super chat is much appreciated. Thank you, buddy. You're too kind. You didn't have to do that, but thank you for that on both counts.
Well, I like that you brought that up because this is one of the reasons why I like to go with the official numbers that they provide, because they start hacking it up and they wonder why all of the fans are confused how many episodes are in each iteration when they're hacking them up all over the place. I mean, some of the DS9 episodes, they count them as 2. Sometimes they count them as 1. Sometimes this is a part of this and this is a part of that. There are 7 and 8 and 9 parters in DS9. It's just crazy. And they wonder why the fans are confused. And then the fans get on social media and they say, but, I have it in this book, or I read it on Memory Alpha. There is a lot of misinformation in Star Trek, unfortunately. It's just the nature of the fandom. In the block text, which I trust implicitly, they were talking about how some of the girls who were extras have been misnamed so many times over the years in Star Trek that for over 50 years people think it's one actress when it's actually another actress, and they'll yell and fight with you online about it when it's not that actress. That actress has even come forward and said, "I wasn't in that episode. Stop saying I was." But this is the way it is, right? There are facts and there are factoids, and only one thing makes well, there are many things that make a factoid, but in Star Trek, it's really the fact that fans keep repeating misinformation, or they think that one source is better over the other. So I love what you said there, and thank you for finding that. Everybody keep that in mind. I have already opinion on this episode, Fiona. Max Redstone, cottage industry. That's it. Limburger Rock. That's it.
What?
Mozzarella's happening here. Seriously? No more cheese jokes.
Ptolemy's minion is here. Hey, Ptolemy.
And the pepperoni. And Stephen S.
Stephen S. Hey.
Oh, God.
Good to see you there.
The cheese jokes in the chat.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself with those cheese jokes. Let's get the rest of these taken care of here. Simply Steve says, what the F rating? It's a what the F rating. Okay. Alt title, Burning Cheesy Swerve. Maki and Neelix gives us Melix. All is not well as Maki still integrating. Bad season ender. No reason to watch this. Can we fast forward to 7 of 9? I'm so sorry. Regrettably, I cannot make that request. You don't think we all want to do that? The great Eric K says, C-. Mostly forgettable episode. Sick ship. Who was the genius who made a starship that gets sick and has energy reserve of a week?
Yeah.
Neelix bad cheese. It's just really stupid. It was so
dumb. It's dumb.
Michael Beacom says, C-.
God.
Learning curves. I get what they were trying. Problems are the episode. Problems are the episode was 14. Oh, too late. Yeah. No writer has military school experience, and it shows. I liked the attempt to add science, but let's see here. That's one of 2. I didn't see the second one.
Oh, should be there. And you received a gift from Jilly.
Okay, Jilly, thank you. Jill, I appreciate that. Jill, you kind. You need to do that. She said,
second one go.
The extra episodes in season 1 in the book. The extra episodes in season 1 in the book is established therein. This was the final episode to air in the first season. The following episodes were filmed during first season, but held for airing in season 2. Oh, well, thank you, Jill. Appreciate that. Wow. Crazy. Thank you so much for that, dear. You got a second one? Okay.
I wonder if 178 were planned, or maybe 176. And that's why they held the 2. Thanks for that, Jill.
Thank you, Jill. You use BioWare. You should already be prepared for the possibilities of infection. I was taught by nuns Tuvok is too lightweight. Overall, I can see they are trying, but don't know how. Sad. Thank you, Michael. I hear what you're saying there on FM, partner. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Fiona. You're too kind. She said violating Starfleet protocol is a preventable offense. Oh,
it's so bad. Wait
nice.
till Scuba Pete sees this chat. He's going to be belly laughing for a half an hour. They've been going on. They're just going on, and it's hit after hit, and some of them are really good.
Malachi D. Wildman says the writers were hungry when they wrote an episode about baked gel and cheese. Those other writers were just wanting to their shots when they inoculate the gel in 2 other episodes. Wow. You're making me think about the cheese shot from Monty Python. Bubba Doom says, thank you, Bubba Doom, for the super chat. You're too kind. Appreciate you. He says, do they address where Neelix gets the milk to make cheese from?
Yes.
Fatal cringe. I don't recall.
Yes. So they stopped by a planet to pick up provisions. There, Neelix milks a goat because a crewman had asked him, not asked him, a crewman had mentioned missing home and missing macaroni and cheese. And so he milks this goat and he tries to make a cheese from it. And that's how it happens.
Wow. Let's see here. Bubba Doom also says, for his review, he says, hey, I love the part of this episode where Worf delivered Molly O'Brien. Oh, wait. I mean, when Jake rescues the chief by pulling him out of the Jeffries. Damn. I mean, when Neelix's cheese saves the day. I love it. You'd think they'd have an antiviral antibiotic fluid in the packs already.
Yep.
Good pernt.
Yep.
Good pernt, sir.
I think it was Shooter who said, was it Shoot? I think it was Shoot who said, how did it get in there?
We'll find out.
How did it get in there? It looked like IV bags from surgery. How did it, anyway?
It's ridiculous. Sean Carter says D. This episode needed more time on the
charcuterie board.
Charcuterie.
Yeah.
I hate that word because I never could say it right. Shooter says D plus. Why would anyone want to play a governess for such arrogant little brats? Oh yeah. Oh God, I hate that. That's stupid. All of that crap. This episode was long overdue. An entire season year without training the Maquis in Starfleet protocol. It was dumb. I'm with you. I think this was a poor example of integrating the Maquis. Neelix comes up with the answer for Tuvok with sound advice that was obviously to everyone but Tuvok, of course. The jetpack thing is fair, I guess, as a B story. Don't trust the cheese. Ultimately, this is a weak season finale. Not offensive, just not that interesting. No hook for season 2. So why come back? Yep. Well, again,
and
there you go.
I would say that a cliffhanger is probably necessary when you're pushing away from hard science fiction and you're pushing more towards science fantasy. Because you are worried about those interpersonal relationships. You are thinking about something's going to happen. It's going to be totally unknown. So although there are people who are fans of the cliffhanger and there are people who are foes of the cliffhanger, I think I would like to audition the idea that that in science fantasy or more science fantasy enriched material, the cliffhanger is more enjoyable. And so I agree with you there. It's not a very strong finish, is it? It doesn't say, hey, come watch me in season 2.
Yep. Admiral Teague gives it a C-. All right, Admiral. Thank you, buddy.
Admiral?
Scott Dudson says, so I can't bring a bunch of bananas from Nevada to California, but they let Neelix milk some goat from God knows where and bring it on the ship. They're running a tight ship there. Boy, howdy. Yeah, no kidding, man.
And it made it past the transporters, and it wasn't detected by the tricorders.
Yep. Not much of a cheese shop, is it? Well, So clean side, certainly uncontaminated by cheese. The cheese shop scene from Monty Python, of course. You know, anyone who hasn't heard that a million times is not a Python fan. It's one of the greatest ever. So Admiral, never told you how Admiral Teague spent 70 of us in exile on this barren sand heap. Sorry. He mentioned Khan and I couldn't stop.
I love it. I know, it's good. It's good stuff.
I'll chase him round the boons of Nebula and round the Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I get him up. Where am I going? I keep just losing myself. Omelette de Voyage. I can't pronounce that. Omelette de Voyage. But I see what you did there, Princess. Yes.
Voyager.
Mr. Wensleydale. And are you familiar with the sketch? Basically, the guy when John Cleese walks in, Michael Palin's at the counter, and he wants to avoid, basically he wants some cheese, and he keeps asking him, "Do you have this kind of cheese and that kind of cheese?" And he goes through every kind of cheese. And when I was a kid, when I heard this, he goes, "Are there that many cheeses? There's a million of them." I thought, man, I'm a dumb kid. I got American cheese on my hamburger and some cheddar. I knew about cheddar. That was about it. But this was every day mentioned. Every cheese ever existed. And of course, there was none in the cheese shop. He said, Wensleydale. Oh, yes, sir. Oh, I'll have some of that. Oh, no, I thought you meant me, sir. That's my name, Mr. Wensleydale. Not much of a cheese shop, is it? It's finest in the district, sir. Explain the logic underlying that conclusion, please. Well, it's so clean, sir. Well, it's certainly uncontaminated by cheese. Anyway, they got the bouzouki player. Anyway, it's just, I love it. Anyway, but sorry, enough with the cheese. All right. Well, no, it's not enough with the cheese because we're talking about Voyager. There's a lot of cheese there.
Yes. Super cheese. Oh, we got a gift from JT Geek.
Monsieur Opinion. Oh, JT, thank you so much, buddy. So since learning curve isn't a two-parter, this cheesy conclusion to season 1 stands alone. Shut that bloody bouzouki up. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. That's a brilliant skit. Not much of a cheese shop, is it? I just, yeah, I love it. So basically, you're telling me that the Voyager has a yeast infection. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it was like.
Yeah, it's not much of a cheese replicator, is it? Trinity's seen it. I mean, I've listened to it 10 billion times on the Monty Python albums. Who didn't buy the Monty Python album? The first, there was, remember the later one, the Contractual Obligation album, and the, I mean, how many different albums did they make? Man, I miss those.
I miss sitting around listening to an album.
Yes, that too.
Like Richard Pryor, or
sitting around.
Like
Yeah.
Like you throw the album on, and it's an entire show, and you just watch the show, right?
Yes.
In your head, it moving the furniture of your mind's eye.
There you go. And that's it. Venezuelan beaver cheese, Mr. Kramer. Have you got any Limburger? Yes, sir, we do. Well, bring me that. So that it's rather runny, sir. I don't care how runny it is. No, it's really runny, sir. I like it runny. Hand it over with all speed. I think it's a little bit runnier than I don't care how. I was effing runny. I didn't say it, but he actually says it. But he is.
Ooh.
Hand it over now. But then, the cat's eating it, sir. Oh, yes.
The cat's eating it.
I'm going to ask you once. And if you don't answer correctly, I'm going to have to shoot you. All right, so is there, in fact, any cheese in this shop at all? Yes, sir. There is. No, sir. No. I have any cheese completely gone. I've been completely wasting your time. Well, sorry, but I'm going to have to shoot you. Right on, sir. What a senseless waste of human life. And that's the sketch. It goes on for an hour with a bouzouki playing in the background, naming every cheese. And
why
again,
bouzouki? Was it Greek?
I guess it was a bouzouki. And he liked it for a while. Then he got asked, shut that bloody bouzouki player up. Yeah. So he named, but again, the whole point of it was to be educational.
Yeah.
Everything Monty Python did was educational, just like the decomposing composers. Anyway, so all right. What are we doing now? Are we gonna just like Jill? Are you there? Do you want? I mean, you want to come give us some? Let me send her the.
Jilly, are you coming in?
Only she feels like it.
Yeah, only if you feel like it, sweetheart. But if you want to come on board.
Yeah, we'll talk
Come to the
about-
bridge.
I have nothing prepared, by the way.
I just have my best.
I know
and
you
my
do.
Worst.
Yep. I don't think I have a best.
I have a best.
Do you?
I do. Yeah, I do.
Oh, we have another criminal
Mark's here.
We have it until you have a link now, Jilly.
Hello.
Or now you do anyway.
Hi.
What's up, dude?
How's
we didn't
everyone
think you were
doing?
going to be here. It's good to see you.
Well, I was lurking for a little bit because I was preparing a special surprise for everyone for tonight. I was out at a big party and I had to cook barbecue for a bunch of people. So
damn it. Hungry. Don't make it look
well, I had to go
really?
food. Yeah. And I'm very offended. Also, I have Swiss citizenship, and as a cheese lover and someone who's Swiss, I can't believe that Neelix would the cheese from Neelix would infect the ship. And I have to promise, if I was the the ship's cook on Voyager, I'd do a much better job. And clam pizza would not destroy the ship. It'd be much safer. So
Princess, I'd have to try to remember that. I may have if it's a Python album, I probably had it, but I'm trying to think. Jilly, everyone, welcome to
Hello.
our communications officer.
Hey.
What's up?
Hey, Raquel. Hey, not too much. Just
Hey there.
glad to be here.
Let's see. I don't even. I don't know if all you get started. I'm going to look at the episode and see if I care enough to pick a favorite or a worse.
All right, you want me to start? What are we
Yes,
starting
please.
with?
wait, I have a special surprise.
We got a surprise. Go,
do
wait,
your
wait.
surprise.
But we have to take something out though because there's too much in there.
Hang on, I'll get it.
There's too many clips. If you
a
got
clip
one
out.
that-
Let me get a clip out here.
or a picture.
No,
Could be a
that was
picture,
good.
too.
Could it be a picture?
It can be a picture too. Yeah.
It don't matter. Okay, here we go. I'll take this picture out. I'll show it one more time. Remember, look at those. Those are the good old days when I had 1701 subscribers. I passed it.
No bloody A, B, C, or D.
What about now?
Okay, now let me add it. Yeah, let's see. It should
Okay.
work now. There we
This
go.
is gonna be the
It's
greatest.
uploading now. This is all Clobberin Time's idea. I just executed as chief engineer.
Thanks. Hey, Parker Luck, what's up?
Okay, you ready? 3, 2, 1, countdown.
Draw that man in a chicken suit. It's the Chicken Man!
Oh, I love it. Thanks. Thank you so much, dude. That is great. Very well done.
I found
like
it was
it.
a perfect picture in Neelix, right? That works
Oh,
good. Yeah,
oh.
We got that'll last us the whole run.
God, I love you, Mark.
That's
It was
fantastic.
it was Clobberin Time's idea. So I just,
Well, thank you. But
hopefully you
man,
like the you had to come up with the idea. So I'll take partial. I'll
No,
take partial
I won't-
credit.
I
for
won't Stanley you.
execution. Yeah, you won't Stanley. I was gonna say,
yeah. Because
That's great.
particularly
That
like
was
this, I
awesome.
can't draw. So,
yeah. Or you can't edit videos.
oh yeah, matching tie and handkerchief. I had that one. Princess, I had that Python album. Oh dear, oh dear. So yeah, number one, you start. And
Okay, so we're we starting with the best or the worst?
go with the besties, I guess.
Okay, besties. The best of Voyager season 1 for me would be it's a tie between Eye of a Needle and Prime Factors, and I don't think either one is better. Well, maybe Prime Factors is a little bit better. Anyway, Eye of a Needle is season 1, episode 7, production code 107. This is where Harry says the wormhole is virtually microscopic, but then says it's only 30 centimeters in diameter. That's a full ruler in Canada in school. That's a full foot. Don't use centimeters unless you take the time to look it up. The wormhole is not microscopic. It is the size of a large pizza with no clamps. Toddler doctor overnight. She's also replaced the ship's botanist and is now an interdimensional telepath, not just a telepath, but interdimensional telepath. Kes is an effing genius, learning how to be a general practitioner, gynecologist, oncologist, surgeon, pediatrician for multiple species. And she's doing it all without any instruction. Nice storyline about how to treat artificial intelligence. Nice story about personhood, what constitutes sentience. And of course, this is science present and science future. So it is quite nice. I didn't like the timey-wimey stuff, but this is a no Neelix episode. And I cannot put enough emphasis on the fact that this idea of AI and personhood and how you're treating these algorithms is not only science present, it is science future. So quite lovely, good stuff.
Good night, Max Redstone, by the way.
Good night, Max.
Night, Max.
Go to bed. Next is prime factors. I hate Neelix and I strongly dislike Kes, but I love this idea of stories as currency, a marvelous situation, civilization, I mean, and then we have that situation with the passion winds and the sex breeze and the euphoria. I loved that. It felt very TOS, a civilization that has the same rules as the United Federation of Planets. There's a prime directive, and there's this idea of not sharing technology. Harry says stories from dozens of cultures, though, which is kind of bad because that would mean fewer cultures than we have on Earth. This show needs an editor. But this whole idea of folding space, Tuvok acting like Spock, and this whole civilization is very TOS. I really enjoyed it very much. I gave it an A. I think that's the best one of season 1, really, is the prime factors. I gave a B+ to Emanations. This is that Seska episode, Seska in yellow. In previous episodes, she wore medical green and science blue, but she's finally in yellow here. This is a fascinating topic about death, the afterlife, alien rituals, very TOS that Hatil must elect to die because he's disabled, inasmuch this borrows from TNG's Half a Life with David Ogden Stiers. I love that. Although Janeway has a massive prime directive fail here, Hatil says thanologists instead of thanatologists. There has to be some kind of death there, folks. I do like that this episode makes no judgment on the religious aspects of afterlife concepts. It asks more questions than it aims to answer. It just suggests, leaving it to the viewer. I also really love this hopeful message that even atheists and agnostics can attach themselves to. And as it is this idea of the souls being in the rings. There were some mistakes, though, here. How could a death shroud be in Hatil's family for 5,000 years? They're sent to an asteroid. The body goes to an asteroid. The shroud isn't recoverable. This should have been edited out. However, still, some really nice ideas take shape here. Some really good science fiction and science fantasy. The execution isn't perfect, but it's really good. Some sloppy editing weighs it down. Otherwise, this would have been an A as well. I love the message. I like that it remains agnostic and it doesn't seek to admonish or direct the viewer. And I really like that hopeful message of when you die, you could be a form of energy, and those energy things going together in the rings of this planet. I thought it was very nice, very pretty. So very good. Eye of a Needle, prime factors, emanations. Eye of a Needle, A, prime factors, A, emanations, B+.
Oh, well, there you go. We don't have to spend too much time on mine then, so we'll get to our other friends because I have the same 3 and pretty much in that order, and I'm not really all that cranked up about too many other ones. I really, really like the Eye of the Needle, not just because my boy Armstrong's in there.
Mm-hmm.
Not my boy Admiral Forrest in it, but prime factors I really liked a lot. And emanations, at least I found a lot of fascinating things in, like you did.
Mm-hmm.
I can't really, not really all that super excited about any of the other ones. So those would be mine as well.
Yep.
Jill, what would be
Yes.
your faves? You can go with 3, but if you have another more than that, that's up to you.
Well, I also had Eye of the Needle, so Raquel touched on most of the points there that I needed, except that I would just say I enjoyed having a Romulan in there. And I don't think that the the time was too strangely done. I think it was well done. And at least the Romulan was not a stereotypical one, but at the same time didn't betray what Romulan should be. And yeah, it was a good episode. And I also gave an A to Heroes and Demons, just because I really enjoyed the Doctor Who's the artificial intelligence, and he's growing, and he goes on his first away mission. So I enjoy that. And I didn't pick a third one. I didn't.
That's okay. So slim pickings are like 15 episodes.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I guess maybe I liked State of Flux, and it was probably the best Kazon episode yet. But with Seska and everything.
The Seska thing, yeah.
The Seska mystery. I think it's because I like the mystery. Even though I already knew the answer to it, I thought it was well constructed.
Well, okay, yeah, gotcha.
And because of Tuvok's quote.
Okay, gotcha.
The demands on a Vulcan's character are extraordinarily difficult. Do not mistake composure for ease. And so that showed me respect for Vulcan discipline and philosophy. And so I really love that last quote.
Nice. Excellent. Anything else? Or that's good for your best ones?
Might have some more. I don't know. I like the first couple of episodes. Well, the first one. I wasn't here when y'all reviewed the second episode. So
oh, gotcha. Yeah, the Parallax or whatever.
Yeah, I was okay with that one. It's a first one after a pilot, so it's gonna be a little shaky, but I still kind of liked it a bit for B'Elanna, and it just wasn't good enough for an A.
No, I got you.
So from this point, I'm in my B range from the third point on.
Well, it's still early in the game since they only had like half a season, really, right?
Yeah, no, and none of these episodes really got that poor of a score except for a few. So it wasn't the worst.
Sure, I got you.
I'm not handing out Fs like I was.
Yeah, but
I was not feeling
it's a little bit. Yeah, but it feels like that last season of DS9 was an effer, wasn't it? It was like an F fest. Oh dear. Well, thank you. Okay, let's see what the great chief engineer has for us for his best.
Sure. Well, I'm working on my spreadsheet, of course. So I'm sure everyone wants to see that, right?
Everyone loves a spreadsheet around.
Everyone loves a
I'm a
spreadsheet.
fan.
We're a bunch of nerds and geeks, right? We all love spreadsheets, right? So I'm pretty much identical to you guys too.
I'm not only a fan of the spreadsheets, I'm jealous of them. I need to.
There you go.
There we go. Well, it's nice too, because then you can, if you have a crummy memory like me sometimes, then you can what was that episode? And I don't have Raquel and Clobby's grade for the first episode, Caretaker. I don't know if you remember what you gave Caretaker. I know Raquel's got her list, brother.
What did I give the Caretaker?
I
gave the first episode. The Caretaker is 2 episodes. It's a 2-episode pilot in some countries. It's a single pilot in other countries. So for me, I gave it 2. So the episode 1 of the pilot, I gave a C+, and the episode 2 of the pilot, I gave a B-. So I actually thought that the second part of it was tolerable. But the first part of it,
we'll round it to a 2.7.
Right. I mean, it's not good, but
I didn't rate the 2 episodes individually. I just gave the whole thing a B-.
So 2.7 as well. Yep. B-. Okay, and then tonight, since I was late, what did you guys give Jatrell? We just got to get the average here, right? Yep.
What the hell did I give Jatrell?
I gave it a D+.
I gave it a D-.
Okay, so D- is 0.5, D+ is 0.7.
Yeah, and then the learning swerve, I gave a D.
Also, 1 point. Okay, so I'm a much kinder grader.
You're kinder and gentler.
Do
The
you
Voyager,
think, Boy Scout Master?
yeah, the Voyager would get a B, which is not great. You know, you get in
Yeah,
trouble
you'd help
sometimes. You get
all of
B's.
these episodes across
Yeah,
the street. You're shameless.
yeah. But I did like
Don't
Caretaker. And the
worry,
one
I
thing I
am
did,
too.
I did like, oh God, DS9 ended so badly. I just love being out on a starship again. It feels so much like Star Trek. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah,
I just love that
exactly.
part.
It's more
I mean,
enjoyable, see, but at least you're flying through, like you said, they're flying out in space doing things. I mean, we could judge them as something that feels more like what Star Trek should be doing. Doesn't mean they're perfect, but it feels
yeah.
better than them just sitting around on a damn space station fighting wars, going religious crap, and all that stuff. But sorry, go ahead and
Yeah.
interrupt you. But yeah, go ahead.
No, but that's 100% exactly what I would agree with. So I would give Eye of the Needle is probably the best. I gave that an A plus. That was the best episode of the season. Prime Factors, again, I'm not going to rehash, but yeah, number 2. And I did like Emanations as well. Heroes and Demons, the Dungeons and Dragons fan in me, that'd probably be my third favorite episode. The season kind of did start to go downhill after that, I think. But I love the character of the Doctor. The Doctor's just so great, so well written. Phage was good, but I mean it's a good setup. But I think Neelix just really drags the show down. And as we always say, it's not the actor; it's just so poorly written. That outfit that he's saddled with. Why did they put him in that ridiculous wardrobe? You just can't take the character seriously. So I think that really hurts.
I think it also helps that Ethan Phillips is a horrendously bad actor, like really like sucking on it like a catfish. He sucked on the
He's over the
stone of
top. Yeah.
suckitude.
He was over the top with the acting, and he always usually plays a comedic role. So right away, you don't want a character that's always the butt of jokes and always, not serious. So like that last episode, with Learning Curve, it was just way too predictable in the end, and you knew that one of the characters was going to do so. You knew that Tuvok was going to do something, so they the Maquis would like them, and I think they really too fast in the season they integrated the Maquis, and then this episode they should have had this episode maybe as a second or third episode with dealing with integrating the crew. It's just maybe some of it is not the non-linear nature of the storytelling, which I love again too. Thank God it's spread out, but that should have been dealt with much more. Yeah.
Did I do this one already?
Which one?
No, not yet, darling. I don't
I'm
think
sorry,
so.
so let me do it real quick. I apologize, everybody. I'm sorry, JT Kirk. I forgot. I thought I'd seen this one. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. Says since Learning Curve isn't a two-parter, this cheesy conclusion to season 1 stands alone. Oh,
that's a good.
Thank you so much, JT.
That's great.
I
That's
think
awesome.
that's a really good point about Ethan Phillips acting. I feel like sometimes he takes lines that aren't funny and he's trying to make them funny.
Yeah, he's weird, and the thing is that he always snaps, and it definitely reminds me of the Precious. Like, unfortunately, they turn him into Ike Turner, and you're pretty afraid for Tina. Tina Turner, she's pretty cute and vulnerable, and then along comes Ike Turner, and at any minute he could just snap his crayons. What are you doing, Tottenham? It's like what? And then this thing with the whole thing with the Oppenheimer, and this in this last couple of episodes we reviewed there, Jatrell. You should have such a sincerity and such a somber, like your whole body has to change if you want to talk about the carnage of war, if you want to talk about what war does to civilization, what it does to people, how it tears families apart. You need to be achingly sincere, and instead, I don't know, it's like he just doesn't read that way. He reads so insincere. It's like, why are they letting this guy act like this? Somebody slap this guy. I don't advocate for violence, by the way. Just maybe some shin kicks.
Well, I understand what they're going for that episode.
Yes.
But they just was way too heavy-handed, and I gave it a C plus just because I thought the subject matter was such a it's an important thing to talk about and to try to tackle. But yeah, the go see Oppenheimer instead, I think. But
Yeah.
it just some parts were I really liked, and some parts were just so cheesy. And Neelix just it's just he doesn't land it, and part of it you could blame on the writing, I guess, but part on the acting. But it was just such all of a sudden he's friends with his doctor slash
It's
Oppenheimer
weird.
scientist. It was too fast from saying I'm never going to meet with him until the end, and that
And
was
why did
almost
all
one.
hands need to be dirty? Why did everyone need to be a liar and all hands were dirty there?
Yeah,
Didn't make
yeah,
any
because the
sense, did it?
doctor was lying the whole time about
Yeah. They
what was
tried to
going
shape it
on.
into something political. And
Yeah,
if you like that sort of thing, if you're out there listening, folks, I ask you to engage in the Socratic dialectic and to do it not with opinion, but with evidence. And I definitely think you should read David Gibson's paper on shock and awe and read up on Oppenheimer, because it's not quite as easy as some of these politicos make it out to be. So yeah, I didn't think it was necessary to turn it political, and yet and yet there it was.
yeah. So I missed your review of that, but yeah, as I was watching it, especially since Oppenheimer's in the news, I'm like, this is a pretty heavy-handed indictment of the atomic bomb, and yeah, as you said, it's a very complicated issue. And in war, that war was just so terrible in terms of the bombing, and regular bombings killed 80,000 to 100,000 people. um so it wasn't, it's just so it's almost like everyone pays attention to the atomic bomb because it was all at once. But a lot of those bombings, and we didn't have the technology we have now they were just bombing the heck out of those cities. So not getting into all those politics, but that's just the reality of that war. And it's not as easy too. And they did kind of get into that a little bit, but then they lost their way. So, and it's tough to do on a 45-minute
It is.
TV show to
You could
tackle
kind of tell
something
the
that.
points where they wanted you to feel things, but that just didn't pan out.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's because Ethan Phillips' acting is so substandard. It's so bad. And like I said earlier on in the show, you weren't here for it, Mark. You can definitely feel the lack of education in the writers, because there was no Socratic dialectic there. There was no engaging with this overarching theme that is quite serious, that people really need to dig into, and that is this idea of shock and awe. Can you instead of killing millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, um, really, really frighten someone with an act that is so shocking that everyone walks away from the fight and says, "We're not going to do this anymore." And engaging in that topic is something very difficult to discuss. It would lead to some pretty fiery rhetoric, some really strongly held opinions. It would be hellfire. Okay, but instead of doing that, these people who you can tell don't have much of an education, they nudge up to it and then just turn everybody into a lying coward and say, what everyone did was wrong. And
Yeah,
I'm not,
Neelix comes out as a coward too in the end.
yeah,
They
and
were building up his character, like you said. Everyone's hands were dirty lying, and
yeah,
you're actually thinking, "Oh, Neelix was actually all right,
Yeah.
so he's not as bad as we thought." And then
yeah.
he admits he was lying, and he was a coward and wouldn't fight either.
Yeah,
So
so there are two things emerge here that are quite very they're incredibly serious issues where you need to get down to the business of looking through social studies, and that is what happened with Oppenheimer. What would have happened if somebody else would have developed it instead of him? You need to look at how he felt about things. You need to look at his history, how he spoke about what he organized, and how these things came to fruition, and the legacy. And then you need to look at things like shock and awe, and you need to look at why the government did what it did. And so these are three huge issues that have to be explored by the public before engaging in this type of material. And to my satisfaction, you don't raise an issue like that unless you are prepared to engage in it with the full weight of evidence, not opinion or nationalism or any of all this political stuff. You really have to sit down and say to yourself, okay, so what happened here, and look at the history and make a decision for yourself. And they don't do that here. So once again, like, these super uneducated people come together to make this episode, and they do a horrible job that just makes you feel like it was very insensitive to all of the people who died and to all of the people who were involved. It's just really, really bad. And Ethan Phillips, my God, he's a terrible actor.
Did they ever explain why there was a war, or they just said there was a war between the two planets and there was nothing?
I don't think
miss
so.
that, right? Yeah, there was just
Clobby and I
just a war, right?
Clobby and I keep this keeps happening to Clobby and I. For
What?
some bizarre reason, exactly when things are happening in the news, we're doing the episodes that are directly speaking about these events. So it's just a massive coincidence. It usually is, but it happens to us often. But in this case, just an oversimplification and terrible acting. I mean, if you've read anything about what happened in Nagasaki and Hiroshima or Hiroshima, however you want to say it, absolutely devastating. And the way that Ethan Phillips plays Neelix in this, discussing it, it's so cheap and insincere. It actually makes you angry. It makes you like, why is this guy doing this? This is terrible. Not only is this written very poorly, but why the hell are they letting this goof that looks like a chicken talk like this? Like, it's disgusting to the memories that they're trying to the memories of the people who and the events they're trying to put inside of your head. So I don't like this kind of thing.
And then they try to save it where he's gonna bring back everyone alive somehow, and
That was
just
so ridiculous.
bonkers.
Yeah,
that was pretty nutty.
Yeah,
hundreds of thousands or millions of people,
millions of
billions
people with the transporter thing or whatever.
Yeah.
And it started to work.
Yet they don't have
too.
enough power to eat. And the worst thing is they redo the TMP sequence where the guy starts to materialize. I forget the guy's name in the doctor says
scientist.
his name. What's his name?
I can't remember. It was the Vulcan.
Not the Vulcan scientist. In the Jatrell episode.
I was talking TMP. That was
no.
I'm thinking.
So
no, here.
They actually give the guy a name and everything, and then
that's right. Yeah, they did. They did.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah.
So they play out the whole
because they had
thing.
his DNA. Yeah.
Yeah. Only we don't have Rand turning her face away and saying,
no, they're forming.
They're forming. Yeah.
It was even worse than the novel.
We got
if you've ever read the novel,
that long. Like
the novel was horrific.
Yeah, like what are
even
you
worse
doing?
than the movie. Yeah,
you're gonna bring people and they're gonna form. Why are you doing this? Why are you this person's dying again? This person can feel all of this in the transporter. Why are we doing this? Yeah, this Jatrell episode, I'm changing my grade. It's an F. It's an F. I put a D, but it's got to be an F.
Oh, so I'm putting to change it to a 0 now.
Wow. Yeah.
Zero.
Jatrell must be changed to an F. I have to change it.
0.
My goodness.
If you have a conscience, it's got to be an F. Yeah, this is an F.
Wowzer.
Just take it too far. You mess with me, you fail. That's it.
Nice. So how about worst?
Worst? Should I
well,
go
there
worst?
you go. Jatrell is an F, right?
So we were talking about it anyway, apparently.
Okay, so here I'm going to give my. I'm just going to do it as fast as possible. My very worst. Number one is probably the worst of the whole season is the phage. This is where Neelix lives without lungs for about an hour, half an hour to an hour. Really, when the lungs would be removed from his body, he would bleed out. He wouldn't be like moving his tongue around and all this other weird stuff. The Voyager episode that borrows its concepts and ideas from ethics, TNG's holographic spine for Mr. Woof. No, Neelix even says they'd give their spinal columns. This is an inside wink to the viewers who know this is about Woof. I never wanted any characters to be together on Star Trek, but I do love the chemistry with Janeway and Chakotay. I hate Neelix, and I strongly dislike Super Tess. Neelix disobeys orders He should have been left behind. His lungs are beamed out of his body. He's in this unknown cave, and somehow he lives without his lungs while they identify what cave he's in. And then I wrote in my notes, "Welcome to the dumb." And then we have holographic lungs, which are light. How would you project light inside of the human body? How did the doctor reinitiate his solid form? He was just disabled. That's when he goes over and he says, "Oh, I can be solid matter, or I can be not solid matter." And then he touches the computer. So there's a screw up. Tom should have done that. Why would the lungs disappear after he left the med bay? He's filled with lights, projected lights, but where are they projected from? Nobody knows. Where's the emitter? Not inside of Neelix. How is the light reflecting? Worst of all, we see him breathe. And he has the same reaction as Worf, where he wants to die. I hate Neelix. I strongly dislike Kes. I hate the sexual jealousy. He's Ike Turner. It grosses me out. Please unplug this son of a bitch so I don't have to think about Neelix and Kes having intercourse when they're canoodling in the med bay. Suffice it to say, should be researched in Voyager scripts. It's said here for the second time in 3 episodes. This is worth a check. The Vidians and the ethical dilemma are an A+, but it lasts less than a few seconds on screen. The Tuvok scene in this episode is an A+, where he threatens the Vidians. This only lasts for a few seconds. Neelix and Kes sharing lungs is the ultimate barf fest. So my worst is the phage, and it deserves it. Next is cathexis. This is Wolf in the Fold meets Day of the Dove meets Spock's brain. Janeway is more upset that Chakotay is brain dead than in the previous episode when Kim, Tuvok, and Chakotay were presumed dead entirely and no one went to look for them. Super Kes to the rescue. I hate Neelix. I strongly dislike Super Kes. What the F are they talking about? These brain waves and intruder alert and alien possession time? Get out of here. Then it's dark ship time to aid in the mood. We are the coma. Neural energy displacement, brainwave traveling. Does it get any cheesier or dumb than this? The map matches the nebula. This is the worst thing ever. I know a lot of Aboriginal people, First Nations people. The dream map or the soul map of an ancient civilization just happens to match completely the nebula they're in. This ruins
Buried
the
of
whole
the gods.
episode. Yeah. Why don't they pursue? That's another thing. Why don't the Komar pursue them? They're after their neural energy. What the hell? How did they retrieve Chakotay's consciousness? Where was it? It's explained in Nothing Babbled that doesn't answer how they found, caught, and returned Chakotay's brain. Then third would be the bullshit known as Jatrell. That's it, boss.
You gave cathaxis a 0.2, just to remind you.
Cathexis.
Oh no, that's the brain. Oh, that's the brain dead one. Okay, that's the brain dead one. Yep. So you had
Wait,
1, 2.
With an honorable mention
3 zeros.
of the cloud, which establishes that Voyager needs gas.
Brain and brain. What is brain?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with what she said. I mean, I don't have a strong feeling about a worse one other than Jatrell. Time and again didn't get mentioned much, I don't think, but I think it was just such a dumb idea on that planet with it messing around with the horrible time problems that was in that episode.
Yeah. They're cutting through subspace.
Yeah.
Mrs. Deadman Walking.
I like parts. I like.
Mrs. Deadman Walking is a member here.
Hey,
Thank you, Mrs.
Deadman. All righty.
Oh yeah.
See you. Thanks for
great.
becoming a member. Yeah. Right. Thank you. So let's see here. Yeah, but other than that, I don't know. Oh, Jatrell and it's not one that stands out that I really hate that much other than those.
There's your
so.
This is your
But-
lowest was that faces.
I didn't
you
give any
gave a
F's this season.
0.7.
I didn't give one F. I'm proud of myself.
Yeah, no F's. Yep.
Proud of
Yeah.
you.
Although I don't know, faces might have deserved an F.
That's your
Faces was
lowest one.
Awful. That was a piece of. So yeah, I'm proud that look, folks. I went a whole. Well, no, it wasn't a whole season. It was like a abbreviated season, but I didn't give one F.
No F's
Think about it.
given.
Wow.
Oh, Jilly, that's a good one.
Nice. That was
Good.
very good, Jill.
Jilly.
Go. I'll let you take it next, and Jill, go for it. Communications officer.
Sure.
You deserve a commendation for that one.
Thanks. I also put in time and again. It was just wacky time violations going on in that episode and undercutting the Prime Directive a little too aggressively there. And the Cathesis, I also had that one on my list with the Body Snatchers, the Body Snatcher episode with the terrible, just like I had the other episode that had a good mystery, this one had a very poor mystery. It was just, it failed. It had just random things happening for no reason. They ejected the warp core for what reason? I don't remember. but also, of course, giving Chakotay these telepathic powers, and just didn't make any sense to me. I didn't know what was happening. And they take the doctor out of the situation for some reason. I don't know why. That might have been better. But it's no good. But one episode that hasn't been mentioned yet is Ex Post Facto. I thought it was kind of interesting, forcing the criminal to experience what they did to their victim. But the mystery here was predictable too. So I guess I don't like mysteries that are too easy.
Too predictable. Yeah.
And that's my list.
No F's given.
No F's given. Yep. Well,
Yeah, I didn't give an F either.
Come on, that was good. That was a gooder.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
No F's given. And she said it at just the perfect time. That
Well,
was perfectly
Jill's the
delivered.
communications officer. Yeah.
And the crowd goes wild.
Yeah, I wish we had a clipboard or a soundboard with the crowd goes
Right?
wild. Or do you still have your soundboard, Raquel? Or
No.
just
Sorry about that. Nice snail.
You just did it. That was
Yeah.
yeah, there we go. Yeah, we don't need a soundboard. We got Raquel.
You and me. Just ask. I'll do it. I'll do my best.
All right. Can you do the chicken man? No, just kidding.
Hey, damn Messiah. With a chat there. I like Neelix. Please don't put me on the pizza, Mark. Oh man. Well, I don't know. If you like Neelix, you might get in trouble. Hey, the Tetrarch of Apathy
is here, and so is Philip Gaming.
Hell.
Hello, Tetrarch of Apathy, and where's the other one?
Philip Gaming.
Philip Gaming. Hey there. Good to see you. Okay.
I promise now, Miss Sarah, I will never put you on pizza.
It's it.
I meant to say, Mark.
My turn to
worst. Your turn.
Worst, right? Well, I'll go fast because we've got the same ones. Cloud, I thought was a terrible an attempt at the TOS episode, the Immunity Syndrome. What a big. I probably should have. Yeah, I gave it a 2C. I should have probably given it a lower grade. Cathaxis. Where did they come up with that name? What does that mean? Cathaxis. Does that mean anything?
Cathexis. It's a Greek word, and it means to concentrate like your efforts, your emotions, or like your scholarship on one thing.
Okay.
So like you're focused. So you're focusing on like an issue or an object or a subject. Cathexis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Yeah, so that one, I'd much rather watch Box Brain. There was just too much silliness going on with that episode that you guys have already talked about. Although maybe the Native Americans did know all the star charts. Who knows? With we joke about charity to the gods and the ancient civilizations that knew a lot about astronomy and things that far beyond you would think that they would have. But of course, the episode, unfortunately, as you pointed out, Raquel, doesn't. It just happens. They don't explain it or have any kind of, this is in the Delta Quadrant. It's not even our galaxy. So it's ridiculous that they had that setup there. It just doesn't, or they would, a good writer worth their salt would have tried to tie the two in together somehow or make that work. And they didn't even attempt it. They just threw that on the wall there. And of course, Faces, which I thought, on the scope of it, could have been a good episode. A lot of these episodes that are bad have some potential to them. Like, again, we're out in space, we're exploring, but they should have just had
your own ideas. Welcome,
Yeah.
Das Wolfen.
That's
Hey,
Wolfen,
that was
buddy.
Wolfen. But like this episode, I said before, they shouldn't have split B'Elanna up. They should have just had her lose her, because you don't want to copy TOS again, which they, pretty much they splitting her into two beings, and it was more believable with a transporter accident. Just have them remove the human DNA. That would have been far more interesting to see how she copes with it, almost like Spock has to cope with being a half human, half Vulcan, and he's fighting that battle all the time, although you can't see that on the surface because he suppresses his emotions and more, his human side. Vulcans obviously have emotions too, but having that human side obviously makes it more difficult. But there was just too much, hokiness.
Yeah, I
going
almost
on in that
really
episode.
liked this episode, but when I thought about it too much, if they made two B'Elannas, they could have made lots more.
Yeah, and then what's the point if you can strip that DNA out? Then it was just a mess, So overall, I gave it a B. So I gave him a passing grade. Raquel, you've got a
Me too.
Clobby, you've got a 1.7. So that's like a C. A D. No, what's that? A D plus C minus.
Good night, JT Kirk.
Take
Good
care,
night,
JT Kirk. So yeah, it's in review, if I'm going to review the season, or there's these stinkers here, but there's potential there. And although I also strongly dislike Neelix. Sorry, Snell Messiah. Just don't like that character.
Wait a minute, who?
Neelix.
Draw that man in a chicken suit. It's the Chicken Man!
We're gonna use that a lot, I think, right?
Yes. Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's just such a, my opinion, it's just a poorly written actor and character on the season that just drags the whole show down. And then the other thing I have to address too, but this is not an episode, and you guys have mentioned it too, which drives me insane, is why the replicators don't work and how they're running out of energy. I mean, if they're on Voyager, supposed to be a long-term exploration craft, why the heck would they have all these problems? It's one thing if they said, well,
yet they can play on the holodeck.
Yeah, they have the holodeck. It's one thing if they said, well, we're saving these extra reserves that normally the starship doesn't need, say, for extra weapons. If we encounter, a hostile alien, we've got to limit our energy capacity. So we're going to store energy in other places at come up with something. But all of a sudden,
I think I heard a half-hearted attempt to explain it where they said that the power sources were different for the holodeck for some reason.
Yeah, they did actually create their own and in Voyager they said there was their own separate power source to explain some of the craziness that went on, I think, in some of the episodes and later episodes too, where so the doctor doesn't disappear, but they had their own nuclear reactor of some I can't remember what I read in the series, and it's been a long time since I watched it, but it just makes zero sense. It's just horrible writing again. It's you're in a starship. You've never ever had this problem on a starship, or if you had said the replicators are broken for some reason, or something happened and some circuit is damaged, it's going to take us forever to fix them. But they just did that just so they could have Neelix take over Janeway's ready room and turn it into a kitchen. It's basically why they did it, which is stupid.
It's stupid.
Thank you.
It's absolutely stupid. The
You got-
ships were designed to be completely like the entire premise behind Star Trek is that we won the energy war. We
Yeah.
conquered the energy war. We're supposed to have energy aplenty. What energy is no longer an issue. These ships are self-sustaining. The Enterprise doesn't stop for gas. Okay.
Yeah, and they did it for a terrible reason, just to give Neelix and Cass something to do. When Neelix's only real contribution is that he's from the quadrant and he knows a few aliens. So if they didn't give him the kitchen, he'd only pop up every once in a while whenever they
Or
encounter an
worse,
alien that
he
knows
would be
about.
like Counselor Camel Toe, and he'd be sitting there, just like how they crap the bed on that one. Jill, I know you've read the Bible, so I can speak to you frankly, but she was supposed to be third in charge. She was supposed to be this this amazing psychiatrist and was supposed to be there to help the whole bridge crew, and they wound up just killing that character and turning her into I sense something. And I think that would have been the fate of Chicken Man as well. It's just it's really stupid. They should have given him an area of expertise. They should have given him an area of expertise, and then none of this would have happened. But the
Yeah,
whole idea with
exactly.
the
They
food-
actually had a better thing for him at the beginning of the series, showing him to be hoarding all of these materials outside of the
Yeah.
ship.
Yeah.
He could have been good at finding resources.
And I think that would have been nice to watch him be sort of like I know you Americans don't know what I'm talking about, but Canadians will. He would be like Red Green, like the kind of guy who fixes everything with glue and gap tape or duct tape, right?
We call him
And-
MacGyver over here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
MacGyver, yeah.
yeah, except for MacGyver, actually fixes things. Red Green doesn't. In Canada, he's like this character where he's like, if you're not handsome, you at least ought to be handy. Only everything he fixes breaks. So I think it would have been interesting if they would have made Neelix exactly like what Jill just said. Make him the kind of guy who thinks he's handsome and handy, and he's neither, and have B'Elanna constantly at odds with him, and then having Janeway say, well, we need to use this part, and winding up, sort of making like a Frankenstein monster, a daemon out of the Voyager ship. And that would have been far more interesting than seeing him in that ridiculous, it looks like something that like small children watch in the morning on PBS, the outfit that he's wearing. It's just completely useless. And then, he's sexually violent toward this toddler that he's dating. It's weird. It's just weird. She only lives until she's 8 years old. He's much older than her. I mean, come on.
I think it was 9, but point taken.
Get out
Well, they
of here.
die at 9, yeah.
They die at 9. What am I watching? What? It's so annoying. It's so annoying. And the whole time, if you're a more science-oriented person, especially hard science fiction, all you're thinking to yourself is those reclamators, those units, this science calls for every sweat droplet that they leach, every time they urinate, every time they cry, every time they eliminate, defecate, all of that, including everything that is around the ship that's being used, that's all going into these reclamation super inventions that we've come up with at this time. This is supposed
So I
to be
used to want to be on
aspirational
a
science,
starship. Not anymore.
right?
Yeah. Cardinal Sin.
Matter's
Thanks,
neither
Artie.
created nor destroyed, so you got
Cardinal Sin. What's up, buddy? Hey, Gil.
Hey, Cardi.
Hello, Cardinal
What's up,
Sin.
man?
Jilly, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like, like if you're in the desert, the first thing you start thinking of is what measures have I packed to make sure I can clean my own urine so I can drink my urine? What have I brought? One of those ultra filtration straws where you can actually suck poison water out of a stream and you don't have to worry about getting beaver fever or Gardia or whatever. And
I'd steal one of those suits from the Dune movie and I'd be all set.
yeah, and that's exactly what the Enterprise is like, Mark. That's exactly what the Enterprise is like. It's like a still suit. It is meant to conserve the energy and repurpose the energy within the confines of the ship. It's not meant to stop at Texaco and get its oil changed. The ship requires maintenance, yes, but this idea that they're on these they're in the hollow suites, they're on the holodeck having a great old time, and Neelix is cooking, and the replicators don't work, and they don't have enough power, but they're playing pool. It just takes a science person out of the science. So what am I watching then? The Love Boat.
Well, plus Neelix always seems to know everyone in this first season. Whenever they go anywhere, it's like I know that person, I know this, I know that race, and then how did that scientist know where Neelix was on Voyager? I guess they're broadcasting. Everyone knows Voyager going through the quadrant now. I mean,
and how did he study their transporters? How did Jatrell gain access to this superior technology that they're supposed to be protecting, making sure nobody gets it, so it doesn't turn into this, nightmare where people are transported into the hull of ships, which has already happened with the bottle brush heads. Gaze on.
The only explanation is he's friends with Seska.
Yeah, right. He met Seska along the way, and Seska was like, you are going to learn through osmosis. No, I'm going to do a Cardassian mind meld, and you're going to learn everything I know. It's too dumb. Like, this is
they let Khan read all the ship's manuals, unfortunately, right? I guess, but that's before they knew who he was, I guess they just give people all the access to technology that I guess they warp species that could travel warp speed. Isn't that a prime directive violation? Just to here's our transporters, why don't you study them? You don't have this tech. All right, I'm lowering my grade then. Here we go. I can lower my grade then too.
It's too dumb. It's just too dumb. And what's worse
I get to lower it too. Yeah,
not sensitive enough to the subject matter at hand, which is you are discussing like an adult, very lovingly, very carefully, with evidence, without hurting anyone's feelings. Just speaking with compassion and dignity about what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki and what happened in the US and Pearl Harbor and all those things that happened. That requires a great deal of maturity, evidence, compassion, and dignity. And Ethan Phillips doesn't bring it here. He's a horrible actor. I would rather hear Chicken Man in the Garburator.
So I guess man in a chicken suit. It's the Chicken Man!
So I guess you've never got his autograph at the Star Trek conventions.
No, I think he's a terrible actor. I'm sorry. He's probably a really nice person, but he's a terrible actor. And I definitely don't like the fitful, controlling, violent, and jealous nature of him, like always becoming very violent with Kes. And it's only going to get worse as Tom Paris begins.
Oh my God, you don't. Yeah, we're no spoilers, but wait till what happens. There's some things that happen with Kes that are very interesting, shall we say? Without, if you've watched, not going to say anything. But there was some crazy stuff going on there.
Yeah.
Are we done with this?
I did see Ethan Phillips in a panel, and he's a little bit funny when he's allowed to be himself. But when he does, but then later on, I saw him do some stand up, and it was not good.
Yeah, really. That's a shame. I mean, there must be some people, because there are a lot of hardcore Voyager fans, and more power to them. Some of our dearest friends are fans of Voyager that probably are fans of him and they like Neelix fine. So
there's at least one. There are a few out there for sure.
Yeah, Lenron, no spoilers. I'm just saying there's
not spoiling.
That's not a spoiler, but I'm just saying there's some stuff that happens with Kes, that's kind of crazy. But just keep watching, you'll see it.
You'll understand Super Kes the more we go along.
Oh, Lenrod likes Neelix. We got Lenrod's a Neelix fan.
That's right, Neil. Okay, Lenrod. Hey, look, dude. That's nothing wrong with that. Hey, man.
Nothing wrong with that.
You're welcome. We appreciate you. And no spoilers, indeed.
No spoilers. Yep. We'll let him form his own opinion as he goes on a journey with Chicken Man.
Well, you know, when
that wasn't biased.
Draw that man in a chicken suit.
No.
It's the Chicken Man!
Thank you so much for making that.
That is never going to get old.
I
Ever.
love it. So we're done with this season.
Yeah, can we get rid of this, please? Thanks.
Yeah, get rid of your
Can we-
damn
can we erase-
spreadsheet. Well, I was gonna before we got out here, I was gonna show.
Oh, but the season overall? No.
Oh no, we did
Did
that.
we have
Did
an
we do
overall?
that? Oh, everyone, yeah. You want to give? What do you rate? Okay, number one. What do you rate the season overall?
Okay, so Mark, what's
you,
my
Mark.
grade?
Yep.
Can you please bring
Your
up the
grade was
spreadsheet again?
1.72.
And what is that in the American GPA and the
Oh,
Canadian GPA?
that's a C minus, D plus.
I'm going to go ahead with the D plus for the season.
What happened?
There it was
Thanks,
slow. I
Mark.
was just bringing it back. Raquel
It's
said
a-
asked to bring it back, so
It's a
yeah,
D
so
plus.
1.72. Yep,
Thanks,
Okay,
Mark.
mine is
1.88. So slightly higher than Raquel, but not much. So in my house, you're getting a spanking if you came home with a 1.88 GPA. That's a C minus.
okay. Wow. There you go. So you don't have the
plus, yeah.
same on Jill. So Jill, just give us you like a normal, like you would an episode. Or
Yeah,
however you want to do it.
I calculate my own. I give it a C, raising it from a C minus.
There you go.
And the reason why I raise it to a C from a C minus is
Mhm.
for the promise of the Doctor that I already know. He knows. I know that his character. It's. I
Yeah.
already know what's going to happen. I was very happy with this short season of Voyager, given the fun level factor. I had a good time watching it. It's an excellent series at keeping the dreariness away, and it's also bright and fun and
I agree.
good-hearted. And for all of that, part of me wishes it could have gotten to an A, but there are just so many missteps and too many
Yeah.
episodes.
But Jill, I'm with you there because at least it felt kind of good to be out there in space, just on the ship, doing space type, dealing with spacey problems, and not having to worry about all the stuff that we were going through in those past couple of dreary seasons of DS9. I do enjoy it better. So I'm with you. Now before we get out of here,
I got to do my. I got to do my.
Oh, you don't count. Do you? Oh,
I don't count.
I'm sorry. I guess you do. No,
All
seriously, I
right.
thought you had already. That's my memory. Right
Well, I'll be very quick. I kind of
All right.
did, but yeah. So
All right.
I'm a B minus. I give it the highest grade of everyone. I guess 2.92. So B minus.
Yeah, and you helped it across
B
the
plus.
street too, didn't you?
Yeah. But I
Did
guess
you
the
bring
biggest.
it cookies and tea as well?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Freaking
guess
Boy Scouts.
I like the phage. I love that concept of the, we don't want to get into it too much, but the transport, the holographic lungs. I thought that was cool sci-fi there. I mean, maybe they should have explained how it worked better, but I just love the concepts there. So I guess that's probably one episode where I thought was really good, and you guys rated it lower. I get, yeah. So I mean, just overall, again, as we said, they're out in space, they're having fun, it's interesting. Some of the characters aren't the best. Harry Kim is what a boring character. Come on, could they write something more interesting for Harry Kim? But
At least
overall,
it's just
I think
boring instead of like Neelix.
that's true, I guess. But it's a lot of potential, and overall, I remember really liking Voyager when it was out, and I didn't watch DS9. I stopped watching DS9, and I don't think I missed an episode of Voyager. If I'm recalling, first run. When it came out, I was plopping myself in front of the TV, and to go over the ratings, Voyager started with. Let me sync my.
If anyone wants to put a rating in there, now's the time for the season.
Let me put this back in
no,
order.
No, you don't have to, but I'm saying if you do, we'll read them off in a second. So what are you doing?
I did my math wrong. I had a C plus actually. For
Hey,
C
Megan
plus,
Cropper.
yep.
Megan Cropper's here, by the way. Megan Cropper. What'd you do?
Oh, Jill had.
I had
good.
missed one grade. I
Oops.
the last So I did get a C plus for this one.
Oh, that's okay. But let's look real quick at the viewership. That's how people viewed things, right? That's how they by the ratings, right? So let's see. Let me just sort it back from. So start the premiere had 21.3 million viewers, which today would be an incredibly massive TV show, and it trended down 14 million. Mid-season episode 8, they're down to 11.8 million, but pretty solid ratings. I mean, those are all today, with the way TV's been fragmented, as Raquel has talked about in entertainment, and they ended with 8.3 million. So you can see it's basically a pretty steady trend downward, down to 8 million. Now, a TV show today would kill to have 8 million a week watching, but that shows you they went from 21 million. Of course, the premiere, you're always going to get quite a bump. They carried the 13 million.
Hey, 70s.
After the Phage. Hey, 70s.
That's
Hey.
70s rock fan. What's up, buddy?
How's
I
it
can't
going?
go Kamloops anymore because he lives in Alberta now.
Oh well, that's true.
I didn't even know what that meant every time you yelled that.
Oh, it's because that 70s rock fan used to live in Kamloops, which is like this beautiful little mountain lake, sort of like fun town. And now he lives in Alberta, and that's not quite as fun town unless you're like in Banff or Jasper. So before I always used to yell Kamloops whenever that
You can still do it. It sounds good.
I don't know why I never asked. I'm so glad I did.
Yeah, look up Kamloops. It's actually a beautiful town.
I
That's
thought it was a breakfast cereal.
no,
Yeah, me
that's
too.
that's where people. That's where people from Alberta and British Columbia go to have a little summer vacation. Lots of people get married there and stuff. It's in
Nice.
our area. It's not far away, but he lives closer to me now. Closer to me.
There you go.
Yep. So anyway, so they ended up with 8.3 million viewers at the end of the season. So the viewers are voting by not watching the show. As it progresses, pretty straight curve. It's curved down.
Mhm.
Dang.
Yep. Dang.
Well,
So that's interesting. Yep.
and
It'll
anybody
be
else
interesting to see how the next season does.
Yeah.
in the chat? We have 4 people have rated it in the season.
Mhm.
Mega Cropper gave it a C. Thank you, Mega. C minus said Shooter. I had more C's than D's, but I gave a few B's. There you go. Lisa said averaged out to probably a B plus for her, meaning season 1, of course. And of course, my average for this season was also about a B minus, says Linrod. So thank you for those. I don't know if anyone else had any
Yeah,
other.
I'll catch them all as they come, boss. I promise.
Are there more? I don't think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There's one. Let's see. Simply Steve, D plus for the season. Brutal. All right, buddy. Thank you so much.
I'm a D plus as well, Simply Steve.
No,
We got Fiona.
D minus basically, says Fiona. There you go.
Yes.
I hear you there, Fiona.
Rod.
No, Kadoki. I'm going once. No, but I guess no one else really has a rating for the season. I
Hey,
guess.
did you hear, boss? Going once, going twice. Bang the rocks together.
2 D's are bang the rocks. I was gonna before we got out here, I was gonna show something really quick,
Okay, boss, do
and then
it.
we'll run.
Do
Well,
it.
it's not necessarily Star Trek related, but it is birthday related. But not even that. That's not really the big deal. You all know how much I love Blake 7. I've loved the show for over 35 years. I actually consider myself as the sole owner and proprietor of it because when it comes to Blake 7, I'm the final say. Nobody knows more about it than me. I probably can't back that up. But
No, that's true because I would
Um,
ask when I started watching Blake 7, and I would ask you about an episode, and then you'd basically recite the episode whenever I had a question, the direct quotation. It was amazing.
Okay,
but-
but what you have to admit that when we were on Walkie Talkie Town, like before we started doing the clubhouse and we were all like hanging out way more on the walkie talkies, do you remember that night where I was like, I can't believe he did this? And just from me saying, I can't believe he did this, he's like, I know what episode you're watching. And he
Yeah.
guessed it. He guessed it. He guessed the episode I was watching.
Yeah,
That's nothing, though.
that's impressive. I'm saying it's impressive.
Well, it shouldn't be. Leave impressive for words, things that are not ridiculously useless, like TV shows. So, point being is as long as I've loved this show, it's a strange thing. Like all of us here love, for example, Star Trek, right? To the point where we all own a piece of Star Trek merchandise here and there, right? We all own something from Star Trek. I, on the other hand, own nothing at all from Blake Seven. Now, you can't count a book or a magazine. I'm not counting our DVDs. I'm not counting. I'm talking about a piece of paraphernalia of some sort. You know what I mean? Like,
I want a Liberator.
There are, but that's one
I'm
point.
working on that.
Point being, there are models. There are toys. You know, in the 70s and 80s, there were a few things, right? So I own and I've tried nothing until yesterday on my birthday. A buddy of mine presented me with my very first piece of Blake Seven's. I guess you could call it merchandise. He made it himself. I mean, it's not much, but it's the first ever. It is the Liberator teleport bracelet. He 3D printed it. And he just painted it. He showed it to me a while back before he painted it.
Beauty.
That's a beautiful job. Yeah, nice paint job.
And it's really good. It even fits me, which is surprising.
Clubby.
What? It's pretty surprising. That was a true statement.
Chin kicks.
So I will now at least not be extinguished from this earth before just owning something from it, because they just don't make it. I mean, the thing is, whatever your poison is, whatever your show is that you love, you could get something from it. Most things, not everything. I mean, there are probably some other obscure shows, but you can, for the 90% of the time. Or hey, Crease, good to see you. You can get you know where I'm coming from. Hello. Like you can find something, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Well, for a show that at least had some popularity, even in the States in the 80s and 90s. And the only thing you can get in the 80s, other than a couple of books, was the VHS tapes, which I have all of those, of course, still.
Incredibly thoughtful, and what a beautiful job. And now you have this. You got to wear this to every con you go to, boss.
I'll wear a bracelet everywhere. Now,
please don't transport to a hostile planet, though.
That's right.
The thing is, you need 3 hands to put it on, because he wasn't able to get make the hinges like, so they both have to come in. It breaks apart to put on, you know.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. It's just a show for having. Again, it's pretty detailed. He did a really nice job on it.
Nice.
It's beautiful.
Nice.
Down and safe. So that's the coolest, in a sense, the coolest birthday present you could ever get, because it's something you never had. It's related to something that you've never had, and never, which you just can't find Blake merch. It's never going to happen again, ever.
No.
70s says with a member chat. Everybody says I was watching some Terrahawks yesterday. I remember that. Absolutely. And I think you mentioned earlier, we still need to do that Blake 7 stream. You're right.
Princess Fiona has a Liberator gun made from a ring flash tube. You're killing me.
Wow.
You killing me? Are you serious right now?
I don't know if they even made many of those. The Liberator gun, that's fantastic.
That's amazing. I'd love a Liberator gun.
I would love a Liberator gun and even a Scorpio gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Scorpio, the ship, of course, but nothing touches Liberator. But yeah.
Nothing touches the Liberator, but you do get used to Scorpio.
We went to Twin Peaks yesterday. When he gave this to me, he showed me like the unpainted version like a long time ago. When he gave this to me, I'm like, it's so stupid. This is nothing but a dumbass bauble. I'm like, I have a Blake 7 something now.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
I have a Blake 7 something now. Oh my God. Yeah. So yeah. Because no one loves the show but me. And I just
like it too. And you've introduced it to so many people. I'd never even heard of Blake 7 before I met you, and I loved it.
In fact, last night went back and watched the Star One Aftermath Power Play trilogy just for the hell of it. I might go throw on an episode again. I've only watched it about, I was thinking about it. 35 years I've been a fan of that show. I wonder how many times I've watched that trilogy. Like, it's got to be at least over 60. If it stands to reason, there are times I've watched it multiple times in a year. I've binged it a few times, but a lot of times I just pull out random episodes and show them and watch them.
I love the one where the planet is sentient. That's a good one.
Trial. Love that episode.
But it's such a cool science fiction concept, and it's really out there. Like when you're trying to imagine what it would be like when extraterrestrial beings or life as we know it doesn't have a face. It's very cool, and I will always I will always look back fondly the first time I watched that episode, thinking to myself, this is such a great idea. This is so fun. This is such a good episode.
Thank you, Fletcher Williams, for that. Appreciate you, sir. Says,
Hey.
happy birthday, Clubby. That was yesterday. Well, actually, yesterday now. You were awesome right back at you, buddy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And, you know, after I got this, I decided to walk around and talk like Avon all day. Yes. You mentioned that episode, Trial, was right after Pressure Point, where Gann had gotten killed.
Yeah.
And he goes,
Oh, you were so upset over that, Raquel.
I was very upset.
Was it Blake was about to go somewhere? He goes, and he wouldn't tell Avon, it's not about you, Avon. No, it isn't. But it appears to me that if you get in trouble, one of your followers, one of your 3 remaining followers, may risk his life to help you. Yes, well, maybe you'll have to talk them out of it. Oh, don't worry, I will. They might even listen to you this time. Why not? After all, I don't get them killed.
Yeah.
What about you?
What about me?
Why don't you go?
When he
You
died.
are expendable.
And you're not.
No, I'm not. I am not expendable. I'm not stupid. And I'm not going.
I apologize, Raquel. That was not me.
That was me. I love that quote.
I love
when the
Continue,
first time
Raquel.
watching this. Sorry, Raquel. Yep.
Oh, it's okay. It's also because I'm out of sync. So
okay.
my microphone just came off of mute. So I also don't. I think I've fallen behind you guys a little bit. But yeah, like because he was Little John, and I love Little John. I love the big, caring, wonderful person who is Little John, and that's like Rocket Robin Hood. It's like Robin Hood in space. And when he died, I was just like, I said to Claudia, I don't know if I can keep watching this show now that they killed him. This is awful. I don't
tried to warn you.
Yeah, I was.
I need to.
Pardon?
Oh, I need to watch this show.
Oh,
Yeah.
you should. I mean, you might like it.
Have you ever watched Rocket Robin Hood?
No, I have not.
Rocket
We
Robin
didn't have
Hood,
that
it's
down
like,
here.
It's what like nerdy kids and geeky kids. It's sort of like Star Trek. Nerds and geeks all watched it, as well as the old Spider-Man. So in Canada, we had the old Spider-Man and Rocket Robin Hood on when we were coming home. So even if you were in high school, coming home from lunch or coming home from school, you were watching that because it was just always on, especially if
made by the same studio. Yeah.
Yeah. So
That sounds like fun. I might get that for my kids.
Rocket Robin Hood. Okay, I cannot recommend Rocket Robin Hood more. Like Rocket Robin Hood is so good. You get it with the OG Spider-Man cartoon. It's just.
Is it available for sale or is it?
I don't know.
It's on YouTube, I think.
That was in heavy. Like I cannot put enough emphasis on it. Heavy rotation in Canada. If you're growing up in the 70s, and even if you were like in high school in the 80s or junior high or whatever, like I'm telling you, everyone was watching that because it was just on all the time, and everyone loved it. So yeah, I definitely when you're watching Blake 7, you get some heavy duty Rocket Robin Hood vibes, and when Little John gets killed, it feels like a punch in the gut. Like I was so upset. I phoned Clobby on the walkie-talkie and I was like, what in the hell? Why did they do that? They killed Little John. They can't kill Little John. Anyway.
I'm glad she's not saying the correct name, at least. So it makes it technically less of a spoiler.
That's right. They'll have to figure it out for themselves.
Rod Thunderheart with a member chat says more R reading book, and I know SFX people to make into movie. Well, thank you so much for that and for being a member. Rod Thunderheart, appreciate you, brother.
That's another Canadian guy saying he loved Rocket Robin Hood.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, everyone, we're going to start.
He says it was Futurama.
Oh, yes. But anyway, so just wanted to show that for no good reason. All right. Let us start making our way out of here, shall we? So number one, Please, any
Yes.
final words?
Yeah, I want to thank everyone for coming tonight. I want to thank you for your beautiful reviews, for all of your marvelous conversation, your ridiculously bad, like horribly bad puns, and your amazing puns. It was a puntastic, punnerific, punster pun time. You guys were just sensational tonight, and we had such great fun with you. So yeah, thanks for the reviews, thanks for the conversation. Without you, this show can't happen, so thank you for being you. I
Thank
also
you. Let me read the super chat real quick.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. The Enigmatic Drop Bear, thank you, buddy. Thank you so much. You were too kind to do that. You should not have done that. He says, thank you so much, everyone, for your kind words and well wishes. I have gone, I have good and bad days, but this show is the highlight of my week and always makes me feel better. Well, that, I cannot tell you how great that makes us feel. So thank you so much. Enigmatic Drop Bear, good friend. We're always here for you. You rock. And we love you from the clobber. All the clobberers here. Love to you, my friend.
Yeah, and what you're going through is terrifying and painful, and I know you're gonna feel sick and you're gonna feel defeated. But I love what Clubby said at the top of the show, that you're on a team, and I just want you to know that we're all here to listen. And we're all here to support you in good days and in bad. And I also want to thank you for sharing with us that you're struggling with this. I know that you want to be here and you want to hang out with us. And I know you have these expectations of yourself where the reviews come into play. I want you to know that we all understand and we all love you and we support you. Okay. And like I said, we're here to listen and empower you with our good energy and our love. And for some folks, prayers. So you're going to beat this, baby. Put up your dukes. You're going to beat this. I also want to thank the Wrenches for the marvelous job they did this evening. Thank you so much for helping all of the Klobberooskies have the best time ever and for promoting my friend's channel on your social media. You are just an outstanding crew of marvelous human beings. I want to thank Mark D with a C for everything he does behind the scenes. He's a heck of a cool cat. He has a YouTube and a Patreon. Please follow him. He's a maker. It's a whole can of worms that you're going to open up. You're going to have such a great time with this guy. He has great shows, live shows, wonderful videos, super funny, cool shorts. He made a doomsday machine. Nobody else has ever made a doomsday machine this rockin', this cool, this it's just awesome sauce. Go get it. I want to thank Jilly Jill, Anti-Derivative Jill, for just being such a cool chick and for joining us and for sharing what she thought of this first season. I also want to give a shout out to my Patreon subs. I have a second book coming out, hopefully, fingers crossed, it will be done this December. These folks are reading it before anyone else. Larry, Tony Stark, Sean Carter, Cardinal Sin, Shuda, Chris Persia, Scuba and Leslie, Pete, Eric K, and his magnificent trusty dusty dog Kirby, Enigmatic Drop Bear, Michael and Cassandra Beacom. Thank you for the book. I love you guys. Mark D with the C and his whole beautiful family. They're just the cutest family ever, and they'll help you across the street. Anti-Derivative Jill for just being there in every medium to support us in everything that we do. Maximum Redstone, please get better. Go back to bed. If you're listening to this, you better be in bed, mister. JT Kirk, Dadman and the Dadman clan, Lord and Lady Thoth, and of course the marvelous Lance, beautiful Porthos, our very own Porthos, and be seeing you, the marvelous Rob Altus. Thank you so much for supporting my book. You've helped me do a book launch. You've helped me to be able to afford an editor. You've helped me to get stuff for cons, different material, marketing material and stuff. It's just, I don't know how I'm ever going to thank you all for this. Thank you for supporting real science fiction, episodic science fiction that doesn't seek to admonish you, beat you, browbeat you, or make you feel like crap. You just want a nice story. So thanks for that. And last but certainly not least, Clobby, I love you. None of us would be here if it weren't for you. You created this space, and we're all having the time of our lives. I'm having a hell of a great time. Thank you for sharing your perspectives on pop culture and all these marvelous things that you know about, all these obscure and gorgeous things that we all love. And thank you for just being you. Not only are you like the finest Southern gentleman, but you're one of the best friends I've ever had in my life. I love you, sweetie. Mwah, mwah, mwah. That's it.
Love you. Love you. Jill, what's going on with your channel? You got anything to plug, or you just want us to definitely put your channel up with everyone by Mark, if you can get a, or you can do it. Yep. Jill, put your channel in there. So
yeah, thank you. I can't believe my luck every time that I get to be here at the end of the season for the Star Trek episodes. And actually, I hope Katie Carr comes back for some seasons because she was really great that one time she was on for the Voyager episode.
I talked with her. She was not really able to do it tonight. She would have if she could. She'll be back eventually. But,
great.
So.
And I just learned a few moments ago an enigmatic drop bear is not feeling well. So please feel better soon. I want to echo that. And also, Clobby, I don't know why you say your knowledge is useless when it brings at least over 1,700 people joy and hundreds every week for Star Trek. So thank you, because you and Raquel bring great value in celebrating Star Trek. And it's part of the reason why I have a channel where I also, I'm trying to celebrate science fiction. And some that I know well, some that I'm just discovering. And I regret not being around when y'all were going over TOS, so I'm reviewing that. This Tuesday, I'm going to go over Obsession around Tuesday at noon Central. And I'll have Hungry Boy as a guest.
Who? We don't know who that is. No, wasn't here tonight, but tell him. That's what. Well, I love that episode, so that's cool. Excellent.
Good stuff.
Oh, all right. Well, there you go. Chief Engineer.
Do I get to be number 2 someday?
Yes.
What do the engineers never get to be numbers? Do we? Yeah,
number 1, I order you to take a number 2.
You will never be number 2. We have a duty to make sure that you never become duty.
You said duty. But yeah, thank you to everyone in the chat, and Ed. I hope you're feeling better. Sorry to hear about you not feeling great, but yeah. It's a fun community we've all got thanks to Clobberin Times, and I'm glad everyone, a lot of people, made that stream the other night special for his birthday. So, and Doomcock had such a nice message, and I had reached out to him on Twitter, and he'd missed seeing it. Unfortunately, he would have popped in, but yeah, just that was much fun that other night, and he posted a really nice message. Yeah, tweeted out, which is super nice. So
very cool.
Yeah, thank you, Raquel, for all those kind words as you always say so well, and yeah, I always appreciate everyone hanging out. So we're gonna have Sunday Night Geekery. There will be some food talk tomorrow night, just so we're forewarned. I was cooking all day to get hopefully much better food than Neelix. But yeah,
that's not hard.
It's not hard, right? Yeah. So yeah, no snails were harmed. Just some, maybe some chickens if you're a chicken fan. I apologize to the chicken men out there. But so there will be a Sunday night geekery, 10 p.m. Eastern. So looking forward to everyone hanging out there. And I'd like to give a shout out to my Patreon. So I've got Shooter, Brian Hepburn, Rob Altus, and Larry. So thank you guys. And I do have a bunch of Doomsday machines that I've been printing, and I've been experimenting with some different colors. And Jill, I owe you your. I've got to finish painting your gadget that I was doing for you. And in Clobber Times, I feel bad. I've still got that Liberator not finished. Don't
worry about that.
I know, but I'm a bum. But and
Raquel
just
whenever you get to it.
Yeah, when I get to it, but I've got a million and one.
How dare you have priorities?
Excuse.
How dare you have a job
and family?
Thank you.
And volunteer in your community and be a Cub Scout leader.
Yeah. So thank you.
And
that makes
work
me feel
with
a little
several
bit better.
charities. How dare you, Mark?
In the slipper man. He puts
Oh,
the Gorn in the
Princess.
slipper, man, or he gets the
Oh, we
hose again.
yeah, we can do that real quick as we're getting
Oh
out of
yeah,
here.
come on. Oh, you just because you made the joke, you're gonna do that again? What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with me? What's wrong? All right, I won't. We got a request. I don't.
Go
all
ahead.
right, that's okay. All right.
Nope, you're big good.
Yep.
As long as it's like, if
I
you don't have
gotta
to like
plug in the
go
camera.
on the other side of the house for it or anything. I know it was going to be a chore.
No, I just have to plug the camera in. That's all. Here we go. If anyone hasn't seen these, let me make sure I'm putting on the right camera here. Let's see settings. This only takes the engineer a few seconds to do. Oh, backup recordings regularly.
Yeah, well, I guess while everybody's waiting,
Draw that man in a chicken suit. It's the chicken man!
There you go. So here's the...
God.
gotta do the horn voice.
Stop playing. The ultimate embarrassment, Captain. Having to drive around in your goddamn slippers. They smell like the slippers too, Cook. I retract my magnanimous officer of showing you mercy. I shall destroy you, Captain, because I'm smelling your goddamn slippers. It doesn't even go warp speed, this damn thing.
I gotta grab the Kirk Migo. Here we go.
boom, 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 boom. There you go. Why am I bigger than the
There we
Gorn?
go.
Oh crap! Well, he looks. That doesn't look anything like the Gorn. I know because I watched something with the real Gorn in it.
Oh God, you're not going to talk about that stuff that was on
No, I'm
last
not.
week.
Last
Lisa, I
night.
did wear them.
Don't you dare.
They do fit. They
No
do
filth.
fit, Lisa. I bought their size 10 to 13, so they fit my big feet. So yep.
They look comfy.
Well, there you go. Are you finished?
Oh,
playing.
I'm finished. Yeah,
with
I'm
slippers?
finished playing. I'm gonna go to bed now and put these slippers on. They're very comfy, very comfy. Except when Scotty electrifies the outside to keep the Giants away, then it gets painful. Yeah.
You know what's coming, folks. Next time you speak with the Gorn is going to get into Galileo, and he's going to say that he smells barbecue sauce, because if it's at Mark's house and he's wearing slippers, it's got to involve barbecue sauce.
Indeed. Oh well, show notes quickly, then some shout outs. We'll get started this really quick if we can. Sunday night, you know about the geekery, you know about the eatery. My
I haven't seen that picture.
There's also Earth B this week on for our special early Monday Night Mark C comic shop talk with comic show talk with great J Man. So, and then later the regular show. I don't have a thingy made for that one yet, but it's Jack Kirby month, so I know it's going to be all Kirby, all my Mondays and Wednesday shows. And then what else? What are we doing? Of course, Wednesday night wild card, another Kirby show. Then of course the Clubhouse, and we'll pick up from where we left off the other night. And then Thursdays and Tuesday and Thursday with Tom Connors and the great gang over there at Midnight Sets After Dark. Loki and the gang and I will join on Loki's channel on Wednesday night at 7 for the comic roundtable. And then back with Nick Weiser and the gang that we quarters back in session of the back in session for the comic shop show. We're going to be reviewing some comics. I believe it'll be Star Wars Heir to the Empire. And that's that for the shout outs and the show notes and all that stuff. And let's shout out our fantastic wrenches. And then everyone who was here with us tonight, you all get the shout out. I hope I didn't miss anybody popping in while I was looking at that. Let's see. So here we go. The great Eric K. the Bronze Wrencher. Vindicator Wrench of the North. Chris Persia. D. Bud Martin. Lord Thoth. Avon lives long, live the Legion. J-Man Buddy. Hungry Boy. Stephen Callell. Maddie's Daddy. Fanty Outsidey. Merck's Redstone. And now let's see who else was with us here tonight. And it's quite a pack, quite a few. And if my stupid notebook would, all right, here we go. All right. First, I want to thank the crew. Again, I already mentioned LT, but of course, thank you so much for being here with us tonight, Jill. We appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Communications officer, and of course, it goes without saying to thank the chief engineer and the most wonderful first officer in the fleet, Commander Briggs. Thank you. And then in the chat tonight, we had the great Joseph Dredd. Here comes the judge. Michael Beacom and Cassandra, thanks again for all you both did. Thank you, Michael. Big time. Raymond and Sandra Feliciano. Larry, thank you so much, Larry. Shooter, thank you, Shooter. Smilex. Hey, and so glad you're here tonight. Enigmatic drop there, my good friend. Captain James C. Skywalker. Simply Steve. Lovely Lisa. Mr. Angel. Chef. Jerry T. Kirk. Yawarski pool practice. Yay. Lynn Rod. Captain Infinity and Beyond. Penny. Sean Carter. Peter York. SP4H. Dadman and the Dadman Clan. Doc Fortune. Zax. Admiral Teague. Keely Chow. Roll the Tide. Bush Pan Down. Classic Comics. Dave G. Sound. How do I say it again? I can't remember how I said it. King something, the Killer Monkey. I can't remember stupid handwriting, but I appreciate you being here. Jacob Ironside, Zathras, The Richard, Snail Messiah, Joe Dog, The AI Show, Rob Altus, I've been burgled. Fiona, Mrs. Scuba Pete, shout out to Scuba Pete. Stunt Brat 776 Smith, Touring Machine, Malachi D. Wildman, Max Woodstone. Hard to short them out, but got him another one there. Wagner, Sander Hammerslag, Bubadoo 1, Lester San Jose, Brian Hepburn, Midnight's Oblivion, Lemon Pie. Almost there, folks. Scott Knudsen, Rod Thunderheart, John Shargy Rubus, Paula Mays Minion, Stephen S., Parker Luck, the Tetrarch of Apathy, Phil Luck Gaming, Das Wolfen, Cardinal Sin, Gail, Mega Cropper, That 70s Rock Fan, Crease, 1984, and Fletcher Williams. Thank you all so much for being here with us tonight. Appreciate you more than I could ever properly express. And now for something completely different. Nope, we'll get something exactly the same. Everyone, have a fantastic remainder of your weekend. Clobber on and trek on.
Draw that man in a chicken suit. It's the chicken